Hi, can I get help making an appointment, please?
And I am back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Tuesday Takeover, where it's Tuesday and we play games that have a 2 in it. I hope you're all having a good day or a good night, wherever you are in the world. You're tuning in. We're playing some Destiny. We just finished doing some Helldivers, so sit back, relax, and get cozy, because we got some story to do. But yeah. Whew. What a dive, though. What a dive. Alright, well, Destiny is booting up. Once more, let's get some more shoutouts for Purity, Kazu, Taco, Tachi. You know what? Yeah, I'm just going to throw it out there for everybody. First, let me grab my own stream. Also, another shout out to Kono Kalantu for raiding us earlier today in the stream. Let me do this. Alright. I should have been recording that intro, but it's okay. As we do things, I do things on the go as we figure things out. Welcome back, everybody, to the Tuesday Takeover. We play games that have a 2 in it, and my number one game is Destiny Tuesdays. So, before we begin, I do want to give some shoutouts and thank yous to everybody who's raided and streamed with us tonight. First and foremost, Kono Kalantu for raiding us. Thank you so much. Shout out at Kono Kalantu. Being the first one to raid us in the night. Shout out to Purity for joining us. Make sure to go give her a follow. She does some art, she does some DJing, she does some Destiny, she does some Helldiving, and a lot of fun. And then also, huge shout out to Wolf Raven. If you enjoy industrial music, if you enjoy darker sounds of the night, if you enjoy Dune, if you enjoy build crafting, she is your go-to gal. Slash shout out at Wolf Raven. Yeah. And shout out at our mod Tachi. Thank you so much for modding us, Tachi. If you enjoy big tactical games like Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3, and the like, make sure to go give her the follow. Shout out to Natako for hanging out and vibing with us. Thank you so much. If you enjoy some Helldivers, some Girls Frontline, or other gacha games, make sure to go give her a follow too. Shout out at Ave. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. If you enjoy VR chat and some digital art, she does a lot of that. Shout out at CatGirlKazu. Make sure to go give Kazu a follow if you enjoy fighting games and VR games. And shout out at Tricky. Oh, Tricky6982. As he is the one where he's our resident Aussie man. If you enjoy all the chaos that happens on our streams, make sure to go give him a follow, as he is he's a longtime supporter and a longtime friend. So thank you, Tricky, for always being there for us and helping us out. And as per always, before we begin, Shadow Gaming is rated M for mature and intended for certain audiences. Possible contents include mature and sensitive themes, contains violence, topics and discourse, and the nature of things and language. All interactions and live streams are unscripted, and viewer discretion is advised. Thank you. Now that we got all that out of the way, welcome everybody to Destiny 2, Edge of Fate. So, previously on Destiny 2, as we have learned, Lodi is not from this time. He is from before the collapse. And we have now learned that the House of Exile is looking to expand and create and to expand the singularity and bring all his forces through the black hole. To create a black hole and send his entire army inside as an invasion of fanatics. And we have learned that Maya Sundaresh has returned with the Vex and is looking for something. What does this all have to do with us, the Guardian? Well, we have been summoned to Kepler by the Nine. Who are the Nine? The interplanetary, interdimensional beings that are controlling and pulling the strings from beyond our world, beyond our dimension. So let's unlock more and learn more about the Nine as we continue our journey as our Warlock. Before we do that, let's also take a look at what's inside the Eververse store. Oh, heavy metal's here. Heavy metal is back this week. Let's go. By the time this recording goes up, it's going to be gone, but this is going to be one of the ones that'll cycle through, and you can get a combat sparrow for this. Yeah. Gotta visit Shax in the tower. We're so close to completing the season pass. Season 7. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Yep. Yep. What is this? Nope. Nope. Network protocol. Cute. That's awesome. Reminds me of Lo-Fi Girl. I might get that one. I have 19,000. I need 18 for most cosmetic packs. And right now we also have the Gladius sets out. Look at that. Yeah, if you're itching to get some of that gladiator aesthetic. Oh yeah. What else we got? The Stasis helmet. That's pretty neat. I don't think I'm gonna get it yet. I'm good for now. Earth's Shadow. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm getting that. I'm buying that for the Kvostov. I might not have the Kvostov, but I'm getting it anyways. Nose goes projection. Okay. I'll get that for you. Yes. Alright. Let us head back to Kepler and begin our next step. So we've already done this. We've done this. Or, well, these are something else. I need to explore on Fabled, which is a tier higher than where I'm at right now. I'm gonna complete the campaign on Legendary on all my characters. So if you missed out on any of this, I'm gonna do one more run on my Titan after next season, or as soon as I finish next season's campaign. And then kind of cycle through between each of my characters. Do you enjoy seeing my replays? Do you enjoy seeing me go through the campaign and watching the story and seeing all of these like nitty-bitty things that I missed out on the first time? Or do you just want to see me where I'm at with my current characters and just play through the campaign as each one of them? Tell me in the comment section below. I'm curious what y'all think. Ayat. Alright. The Edge of Fate. As you access the interface, it melds with Rosetta. Rojan's words form in your mind. Anomaly blessed. Your fieldwork is efficient and thorough. We are fortunate to have found favor with you. With our return of another strangelet, we are able to cull bad data from our hypotheses. We've narrowed your next destination to the outer steppes. We are locking the altar to that strangelet capsule now. Go in certainty. Ikora wants you to investigate the relationship between dark matter and Kepler, but first he needs you to meet up with Lodi's Ionian contact in the stacks.
Lodi, as the Guardian tracks down more strangelets, we're wanting to better understand the presence of dark matter on Kepler. Do you have an Ionian contact we could speak with?
Sure do. Dr. Carnahan's gonna be your gal. She's, she's a bit of a recluse, doing a bunch of research out here in the sticks. She was one of the first Ionians I met when I landed here. I say met. She did point some kind of thingamajig at my head. Not a gun, mind you, more like a Swiss Army medieval gauntlet.
Lightbearer. Enemy of the Archon in name alone. My words, your action. Together, we end madness. The Elixir gestures himself with the several arms. Kleelsk friend. Lightbearer friend. Nice. Hell yeah. Now I got a lot of crap here that I could just scrap because I'm pretty well stacked on my gear as is. 266. Scrap that. 62, scrap that. 63. 63. Scrap that, scrap that. 65. Yeah, as I'm just like heavily progressing on all my gear, I don't really need to worry too much on a lot of this stuff because it's all relatively lower level by comparison in what I have done and accomplished and will achieve. There we go. Bye-bye. Oh, yes. So, the thing about this DLC is Bungie is really exploring on how to handle the open-worldedness of it. And really bring it to that state of matter. Let's go. Woo! I love this little mystery. Uh-oh. Oh!
We're seeing a spike of exile activity. Is this doctor safe on her own?
It's true the Ionians are a peaceful bunch, but fieldwork requires metal. I'm sure Gauntlet did much more than look sharp. Speaking of, I'm at her research outpost. She's not here. Which wouldn't normally be worrisome, but the place is completely ransacked. No sign of her assistant either. He's usually... Oh, damn it.
Lodi?
Take care of those exiles. Let me call you back.
Okay. Well, This is where the fun begins. I need to figure out where I'm going. My current mission is to deal with Strand exiles. Strand and Stasis exiles. Sweet. Free exotic. Oh, okay, so I did get him. All I had to do was knock him off. Cool. Sometimes it is just that easy. Some relic iron. Good. Get them, my beauties, get them. Excellent. Come on. Come on, yes. Ho ho.
Guardian, Miss Ray. I'm not really sure how to describe what I'm looking at. A person. I think it's a mess. There's someone was killed. I'm not sure who. There isn't enough left to tell. I need to look around.
Do you need backup?
No. Patrol the area. Cold-blooded murder isn't usually the House of Exiles' MO, but I have a hard time believing the Vex would be this brutal.
I think I took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. Nice. Cool. It's this way. Oh, wait. There's one more thing in there, that's what. I see it.
Ikora, Lodi, we've got another group of exiles. Though nothing seems out of the ordinary apart from, well, the normal exile abnormality.
I've got some semblance of a trail leading out of here. Take care of those guys. I'll touch base when I've got a lead. Guardian, I've located Dr. Carnahan. She's safe, but she's shaken. Understandably.
If she's safe, then what you saw at the outpost.
Yeah. Her assistant, Reese. Budding linguist. He didn't deserve this.
Anomaly blessed. I am grateful to see you here. Some Alexei broke into my lab and killed my assistant, my friend. You hear the shake of anger and grief in her voice. They stole a valuable piece of technology. I know stopping the exiles that did this won't bring him back. But the technology they stole will do so much more damage in the wrong hands. Return it to me, please.
Dr. Carnahan asked us to find a piece of technology that the House of Exiles stole when her assistant was murdered.
Guardian, there's something here you need to get. Closer to the singularity. I'm sending you some coordinates. Do these make any sense to you?
I take it these are from the Nine.
I have to assume so. Unless the guys at Langley programmed me a trigger phrase before I left. Guardian, we're looking for a member of the House of Exile. My, hunch led me to some Alexei tracks. My guess is the technology that was taken is on its way to the Archon as we speak. That's our thief. We'll need to move fast.
Can you give us any more information on what we're looking for?
Carnahan called the technology Mattermorph. Does exactly what it says in the package. It can take any matter and break down its molecules in an alarmingly short amount of time.
We've seen how easily Mattermorph can kill. It's too unstable for someone like the Archon to wield. Exercise caution. She's carrying delicate cargo. I'm not sure how resilient this technology will be to a stray Nova bomb.
If this tech works as well as it sounds like it does, it'll be a big problem in the wrong hands.
Ikora, the thief just dropped a bunch of Ionian artifacts. Lodi said the lab had been ransacked. They must have taken more than just matter morph. But why drop the stolen goods?
Hospitality, Deathless. Those who trust the giver receive gifts.
The Archon. Ikora, our thief's being controlled.
And he's claiming hospitality after trying to make all of our problems worse? Archon Levask. Return the stolen technology, and no one else needs to get hurt.
Exiles, you hear the Deathless make false promises. Nothing appeases their greed as they vie for the giver's blessing. Extinction fated Deathless. You have the sympathies of the House of Exile.
These dropped artifacts aren't gifts. The Archon's trying to lighten the load to make a quicker escape.
He seems as fortunate as he is reckless. Lifting Mattermorph was just a deadly coincidence.
Robbed a house and found a nuke. All it takes is one wrong judgment call and the Exiles could level Kepler.
You know as well as we do that Kepler isn't stable. How can we help your people?
There is no need. Lavask is prophecy blessed. Lo, my exiles, I see without eyes. The Giver's Feast, the Rim of Soul, bent. Exiles triumph. The deathless dead, and dead again.
Do you think 3 is going to send you home? The grand design you speak of means Kepler falls into the singularity, and the rest of Soul with it.
Feed the Giver. Let the wormhole swallow all, and tear through the eternal unknown. Felsic's will is at her Archon's command.
She drop all that junk at your command too?
Every failure is proof of the greater victory. The grand design is grand indeed.
This guy's not playing with a full deck. There is no plan.
Archon, it doesn't have to be this way. On Earth, Elixni and humans live in peace. They have homes, plentiful food sources, fellowship.
Earth Elixni practice sacrilege of the highest order. They have no place in the grand design.
Ikora, Lodi, we've got Mattermore. Interesting. It's reacting to that pylon. Guardian, let's investigate.
Archon Lavask, a member of your house is dead by your misjudgment. Open up the way to the singularity. No one else has to die.
What is sapient life, if not bodies? Felsix was necessary. Defeat is victory in the eyes beyond time.
He shut off his channel. A leader so obsessed with the hold he has on the world, he's willing to sacrifice his entire house for a paltry slice of power.
There's no grand design. Nobody's driving the car. This guy's just riding shotgun trying to convince us he's behind the wheel.
Alright. I'm gonna have to end that recording there. That's already about 40 minutes worth. So there's your introduction into Mattermorph, the third ability that is available to us. So we have, of the dark matter abilities, we have the Relocator, Matter Spark, and Mattermorph. So that's gonna be how we're gonna be able to traverse the realms of the Nine soon enough. But with that, for now, let me end that recording there, and we'll pick up right immediately from here. So that way we just have some nice digestible chunks of Destiny storyline to play through and take on. Whoa! Well. Oops, wrong button. The thing is about Mattermorph is that it uses the stick button instead of the grenade button, which is kind of jarring. That's okay. Alright, so next up we must talk to our Ionian friend over here. What you got for us? Oh, that's cool. Hold on, I want to get a screenshot of that. Anomaly Blessed. Thank you for claiming the stolen technology. In any other circumstance, I would destroy it. Let it live among our many failures, but perhaps there's still some good to be done with it. I entrust it to you. Cool.
You can probably feel it too. The pull of gravity stolen, directed.
I think I follow. Who's doing the stealing?
The mycelial priest. Stop. The Archon.
You're saying the Archon's getting the power of the Nine somehow? And that's why he's so dangerous? I spoke with Dean Rebecca about Kepler's degradation status. With the Strangelets, we've been able to keep the Altar of Relativity stable, but it's not going to be enough to get us through it to 3.
We'll need to get them a stronger source of power. What options do we have on a planetoid as remote as Kepler?
It sounds like these folks have been relying on some shaky generators since the House of Exile took over their power plant in the Outer Steppes.
Then getting them a stable power source is our next step. Guardian, you take point. Head to that plant to see what can be done to remove the exile threat and get it up and running again.
The Strangelet sulks in the corners of the steppes.
Glad to have you along, Orin. And good to know. We'll help the Ionians and get a few steps closer to reaching the Nine. Our purpose here is twofold. Lodi informed me the Ionians' power situation is dire. They've been relying on outdated generators since the House of Exile locked down the path to the Singularity. With our efforts to stabilize the altar, those energy stores are growing more inefficient by the minute. We need to fix the reactor and alleviate the strain on their generators as soon as possible.
Swallow your tremor. We are being observed by the Nine. I will try to find them.
Stay safe, Orin. And stay focused, Guardian. There's a strangelet here that was taken by the Exiles. Securing it will get the Guardian through to 3.
Ikora, we've reached the main reactor room.
Excellent. You'll need to tap into the reactor's kernel interface. With any luck, this will be a simple reboot sequence.
Proceed with caution. The temperature is limbo.
Okay, I'm still getting unstable power readings. It's not enough to totally reboot the system, but we've opened a door leading to another power source. Follow that cable, Guardian.
It's them. Damn it, it's still them. It's always them. It's the Nine. We were supposed to turn on the lights. Guardian, these words are not my own.
Progress. Trending and fleeting. Met with primeval victory. Set in motion to vivify. Did you play the game? Keep eyes on the field. Bank every mote. Instructions given and heeded. The Drifters' Hall arriving. We hope you prepared. Help.
We've got exiles incoming.
Orin, you all right? I can see why you left.
I wanted my freedom back. As emissary, I knew I was signing it away, but what I got in return wasn't worth it in the end. Just when I saw through to the past, learned my own names, they scraped me out hollow. I learned the hard way liberty was more valuable than power. They can keep the kid with the nicer bosons. My freedom is worth the price. You hear that? Don't even try.
We're activating another power source.
It's not enough to bring the reactor fully online. There has to be another around here somewhere. Orin, as far as I'm concerned, the Nine ignored every single one of our existential threats in recent memory. Gaul, the Hive Pantheon, the Witness. None of them warranted extra-dimensional intervention?
Oh, they intervened. You'll just never know. Everything you listed happened because the Nine allowed it.
I'll just never know. If you make bold claims without proof, you'll start speaking like the Archon.
I can see their temporal fingerprints on the Guardian. On Lodi, on Drifter, on me.
Eyes up, Guardian. Here's the source of all the trouble.
They've wronged you, Orin. That much is clear. But their interference in the larger affairs of Sol seems minimal.
How about on your cohort? The Hall? That hideous thing dragging behind the Drifter's ship. The Nine gave it to him years ago. Didn't say what for. He tell you it's reacting to Kepler?
Yes. He was almost uncharacteristically forthcoming with that information. He's got the situation under control.
You don't understand.
I'm trying to. The power source is offline. We'll need to reactivate it before the exiles cause more trouble.
That's working now. Enemies incoming.
All right, really quick before we do continue, I do want to talk about like how this is really interesting in that it's a unique way of taking on all the abilities we do have in Destiny and twisting it so that way like it's useful in the world as well. Because it changes up the pace of, oh yeah, go here, hold X to interact with that, and then go do that, wait for Ghost to thing. Whereas now you're the one being proactive in like creating pathways for yourself, which I really do appreciate Bungie for doing in this. Like, if you saw how like Matterspark with me running around in ball form, like I was thinking about it like in that last encounter of just like, this is basically the Metroidvania update of the game, where like we're gonna be exploring areas and going back around, back and forth, trying out all our abilities to go back and check out other things that we might have missed each time we went through. This follows that same vein and spirit of like of an adventure game. So Destiny in itself, even though some people don't consider it an MMO, I do, in that like it's a massive, expansive open world with up to 6 players, and like in this case, it's really nice to see like how our abilities now actually play a part of the universe. Like our actions now do lay place into the game in itself, and like that we can actually impact the world around us. I really appreciate Bungie for doing that with this. But right now, we have a generator to make sure keeps running for the Ionians.
To be clear, I don't doubt the Nine exist, nor am I trying to minimize your struggle for freedom, Orin. You said we came to Kepler at the Nine's behest. But so far, all I've seen is a planet on the brink of annihilation unless we do something to stop this black hole. Where is the intervention?
It already happened. The Nine collected their tax. On the Drifter's Hall. On Lodi's gift. On the Guardian's calibration. On you, Ikora. We just haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. Transform and static the final power source.
That's the last power source available on the grid. I'm hoping it'll be enough to cycle the power and get the reactor up and running again. Orin's perspective is eerie. The 9 are either completely detached or so involved they overtake your life. I think I'm feeling that dread Ikora was talking about. Let's get out of here. Fast. What about the Guardian, Orin? They've changed the fate of the universe. They chose to be here.
Each choice, right, trial, wasn't absent an organizer. Do you know you comply with instructions you don't know exist? From the moment you arrived on Kepler, you've marked coincidence after coincidence. Happenstance, serendipity. The brush of a spider web against your cheek may as well be chiseled slabs to the 9.
Watch out. A large contingent of Elixni Shanks is approaching. They seem drawn to the central reactor now that it's producing an energy signal.
Rot! Damn it! Colossal Shank!
Okay, this one's gonna need me to have some chatter, as I figured. I've done this fight before. It's a tough fight. Like, Bungie did really good with the arenas on this one. I do gotta say.
Watch out. A large contingent of Elixni Shanks is approaching. They seem drawn to the central reactor now that it's producing an energy signal.
Rot! Damn it! Colossal Shank!
I do gotta say I love Orin's like speech dialogue. Like, her style of talking is just so unique. It's very slang heavy, and I love that. Come on. Nice. There we go. Alright, now comes the fun part. It's farting at me. Cool. 3 health bars. This thing's got plenty of time, thankfully. Shit. Come on. There we go. It's not this one? Ugh. Silly me. Let me rebuff. Nothing beats a little bit of some platforms and puzzles during our gunfights, right? Let's go! Bam. Alright, that's round 1. Oh, that's a lot of you. Hi. How you doing, big boy? Taking that, thank you. Yep, y'all can have some of that. I see you. It's chasing, it's chasing. It's following. Good. Hell no. No, you don't. Two, three, four, five. Reload. Oh, it's angry. Oh, ooh. Alright, those guys are starting to close in. Okay. Two. Good. Let's pop this one too while I'm here. Start with this side. Hi. Bye. Start on this side. Clear a runway. Now, for those of you that don't know, parkour is the art of moving from point A to point B with as little moves as possible in the most efficient way, right? So whenever somebody does say parkour, if they are being legit about it, honestly, just even being able to like skip a step in your normal routine is already more than enough to do parkour. Nope. Get them, my beauties, get them. Oh no. Okay, good. I dropped the charge, I dropped the charge, I dropped the charge. I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. What I'm happy is I managed to, go. And who says warlocks can't jump? Nailed it. Catch. Where's the boss? Come on.
There's our strangelet. Collect it now.
The likelihood of the outer orbits being knocked out of position has decreased. They appreciate that... Oh, am I finally allowed to remember something?
They're speaking to you?
They are reminding me... No, I am reminding me. The message.
You've talked about this message before. Is it for us?
It is. It's in the slab I chiseled myself as the Nine fought to tear me apart. But the relief is weathered, blurred and buffed away by their sands.
Focus. If there's something you need us to know, I trust you can find it again.
Chisel in hand, I will remember, but not yet. Not until the time is ripe.
Guardian, get that Strangelet capsule back to the Ionians. Now that the power's back on, we're that much closer to reaching the singularity.
So as a quick second, I do want to talk about, since we do have like 30 seconds to go to deal with, I do like that Orin still has her ability to be able to commune with the Nine, because like even though she freed herself from their clutches and their control, she still has the ability to know like what they're thinking and how they operate. After being controlled for them by so many years, of course you're going to be able to know like how the puppet masters puppeteer you. I think it's pretty neat. Alright, well, before we continue, I'm going to end this recording here, and we'll hop back in like right where we leave off. Alright, cool, let's do it. I just needed to, for the sake of recording's sake, that I needed to start up a new one because, yeah. Quests, return the Strangelet capsule. I'm just wondering if there's, I just don't remember if there's like any dialogue that came prior to this. Like, I could fast travel back, but I also kind of don't want to. I should have grabbed the thing. I don't think there is, though. I think we were free to fast travel. So, as we've learned thus far in Edge of Fate, is that Orin has managed to free herself from the clutches of the Nine, but still maintains communication because they forcibly will their way into it. And the Nine being fourth-dimensional beings...
Lodi, Drifter, we have another Strangelet. The Guardian's dropping it off at the altar. Drifter, any updates on the hall?
It's starting to drift toward... almost like a gravitational pull. I'm burning thrusters just to keep it in place. I don't know what'll happen when I let this bird loose, but I'm seeing this through, even if my instincts are telling me to scram.
I'd be worried if your instincts weren't telling you to run from a black hole. Glad to have you here with us, Mr. Drifter.
We have one more Strangelet to find before our work here is done.
It's almost time to meet 3.
Yeah, like I was saying, fourth dimensional beings. It's a very unique concept because we as three-dimensional beings, an ant on a line. There's so many different analogies on how this works. I think Futurama did it the best with explaining how dimensions work and how we see them at different perspectives. But the Nine don't see time as like a linear thing. They see it all at once in every possible version and instance of it. Something like that. I think that's how it works. It's a concept that they'll explain a little bit more in the game.
They want to talk to you. To help you understand, both of you. Oh no, don't touch it. Sorry. I don't know what happens if you touch it.
You hold it. Guardian, get close.
Two speaks on behalf of three, that you might grasp your necessary presence at this point in space, in time. Commander, your first step, scheduled at our hand. An intervention necessary to ensure attendance.
The 9 killed me to get me here?
From simple perspectives, the technicality. Lightbearer, thank you for your attendance with minimal interference. To you we say, vengeance required. The culprit lies within. The drifter must prepare his gift. Emissary, reveal your truth. Wake the dead. They will speak. You will listen.
Why would we listen? The 9 manipulated our lives. How far back?
Two showed me how you died. But I already knew the rest. You deserve to know the truth. I'm sorry, Miss Ray.
If I could choose just one day and live it all over again, I'd go back to the start. 'Cause I'm stuck right here today, dreaming of the past. Now when I call you up, it's like your phone don't ring, baby. And when I see you in a crowd and call your name out loud, it's like you don't hear a thing. Like a king who lost his crown. If you need me, I'll be around, dreaming of the past. But right now, darling, when it feels like my world is falling, I hope and I pray that soon there'll come a as I hang my head in shame, dreaming of the past.
What was your name?
Lewis.
Agent Luciero.
Thank you, Louis.
How long did you know?
From the second I saw you.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because you're not her! I figured the Nine put you here to torture me. The one face I'd recognize. And she had no idea who I was. If I told you, it would be because I wanted that. Not because it would help you.
Well, you're right. It doesn't. You know that much about me, Lodi. Did the Nine kill me just to ensure I would end up here?
Yes. Maybe your body had to be in the right place for your ghost to find you?
I woke up by a car in the desert with a flower in my hand. Ophiuchus chose me as his guardian. And every choice I made led me here.
Catastrophic intervention. That flower was an aster. She...
I don't want to know. Don't tell me her name. Don't tell me anything about her. She's dead.
Okay, before we continue, I want to quickly decompress that, because, yeah, no. This is something that I like where Destiny's going with this next theme. Because, you know, with the Light and Dark Saga, it was just like being able to control the powers that be. In this case, now it's about the control of your will being your own, right? The whole shtick and the whole point of the Nine is that they control things beyond our comprehension. If you notice in that cutscene, that light switch from Ikora being able to drive back home, if you notice how it flickered before, that was them, like, in control of it. And just small things like that. Huh. It's crazy how, like, the last day Lodi saw Ikora was millennia ago. That's crazy. Because, like, for him, it's just, like, it's seeing her only, like, a week ago, roughly, while he was gone. And then, as it turns out, it's who knows, 5,000 years in the future, or something like that. The Destiny timeline is never too clear about, like, where and when things are happening. It's just that it's kind of concurrent with our timeline. Like, whatever, like, if something happened in 1 year of Destiny, it happened 1 year IRL, or, like, vice versa. Oh, I love that. I love that. Because, like, with Zur and the Nine, right, he's always like, my will is not my own. It's because he's supposed to be, like, he's the direct contact of being able to interact with us, the Guardians. So that time when he sold Gallarhorn, that was the Nine. When Crota's arriving, you know? That was the Nine, making that happen. That changes the context of Destiny by a fuckload, you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's just something fun about the universe of Destiny, like, where we're going with it. And how does, like, fate play into the larger saga? Because now that we're starting to get a little bit more information of renegades, right? Or at least, like, in speculations of things. So, I like that. I really like where this is going. I do want to see more of it. Hindsight, I should have ended the other recording after the cutscene, but I did want to bring us into the cutscene as a, hey, welcome to the story of Destiny. Are you lost? If this is your first time tuning in, go on ahead and catch us up from the beginning. I talk about everything Destiny related, lore, gameplay, all of it. If you want to know about it and you want to get into the game, yeah, welcome to the stream, welcome to the recording, welcome to the Let's Play, you know? So, yeah, there we go. Now we know, like, how Lodi is connected to Ikora and her story. And what that means for us as the Guardians. Because the Nine were like, oh, thank you. We needed minimal interaction to make sure you got here. because that meeting right there of talking to Ikora and Lodi, like, we've had apocalyptic level incidences in Destiny, right? We had the darkness come in and bust up the entire solar system. When the Witness came through, he dimensionally made them disappear in, like, the Taken Realms, right? Or not even the Taken Realms, but just, like, temporal distortion is the word we're looking for there. Here in this case, with the 9 being able to do stuff in that same caliber, we had to worry about the Witness taking care of us in the mortal plane. In that, like, he will redefine the physics of you to a molecular level, right? But in this case with the 9, for those that know, when we do get there, is how does this cause a cataclysmic event? And them being able to microbially change the universe by the slightest thing? But it makes you question your choices that are happening. And things like that. And how you're following all of it. So let's see how this plays out. Yeah? And what does this mean for the greater universe of Destiny? Oh, yeah. So I know my...
Guardian, you've got an incoming call.
Guardians forget their past life for a reason. Who we were is immaterial to our potential as paracausal beings. I am Ikora Rey, Warlock Vanguard. I am an accomplished scholar, pioneer Thanatonaut. I've won hundreds of Crucible matches, and I have thwarted humanity's most dire threats time and time again. The woman I saw, the woman Lodi knew, she wasn't me. I don't even know her name. Yet, I mourn her. She had a life, a vocation, a family she loved. The 9 took that from her. And for what? So they could throw the very same train that killed her at me centuries later? Sprinkle a clever little trail across Sol for us to follow? For what? I have no desire to see more of that woman's life. But I need answers. She deserves them.
I like that this parallels with Ikora in her past life, because Warlocks are supposed to be like, you know, they're the librarian mage class type character, right? And so with Ikora being in that, knowing, like being able to go through the archives and, like, be able to mystically handle the astrophysics of this universe of Destiny, and then being an information specialist in whatever Lodi's not CIA location Men in Black style stuff have, SCP, what have you. It goes to show that, like, when ghosts choose their guardians, it does take up a lot of the traits that they're looking for, which is awesome. And that Ikora has kicked ass in a lot of ways. A lot of the time in Destiny, we tend to, like, sideline Ikora and kind of have her off as a joke kind of character, because whenever she does, she's just hanging out in comms. But when we do see her in combat, she can drop 2 Nova Bombs back to back, right? She is a badass character. But now, like, knowing that to get her here wasn't, like, fully on her capability, imagine how, like, shattering that must be. To know that, like, things are just out of your control. But let's see what the 9 have for us and our Strangelet capsules as we stabilize and prepare to meet 3. And see the singularity. As you access the interface, it melds with Rosetta. Rojan's words form in your mind. This is all that is needed to align with the final Strangelet. There's a brief pause as his calculations are run and ciphers are drafted. The altar hums along. The gorge can be accessed. Be wary, Anomaly Blessed. The automatons that attacked Kepler have made the gorge their home. Orin, Saint of the Anomaly, has already departed to face them. Together, you'll prevail. Find and speak with Orin at the gorge.
Orin? That you?
Yes. There. And here. I was expecting Ikora's tone.
Right, I'm patching her in. Look, we left off on the wrong foot. And I know right before you run off with the Guardian to stomp Vex into dust ain't the best time. But I'm sick of counting seconds not taken for words that should have been said. Someday soon I'd like to clear the air. Just watch your back out there. House's Archon's still at large. There's trouble brewing, and I think you're in the middle of it.
Where we need to be. I think the Vex seek the Nine, through a trace of their influence. Their operation is coiled wires, but with the Guardian, we can cut through. When they pushed out the house, they claimed a capsule of quantum threads. If we want to know why we were brought here, we need it.
So yeah. That's going to be the story we're diving into for this next section's worth of episodes in Edge of Fate, I guess. It's already been 20 minutes. I want to keep this one a little bit more shorter for this recording, solely because this is kind of like a huge plot point, and that, like, I know the action and combat is going to take me a while to chew through and cut through. So to balance out recordings of gameplay versus story versus me talking about unique things in the game, yeah, we'll keep the stream going. I want to invest like one more hour into the next section at least before I have to wrap it up, because we're I'd say like halfway through the campaign by this point now. This is definitely roughly the midway point. And that yeah. I mean, like, I still need to finish a lot of other campaigns in Destiny as well with my other characters. Like, I think I'm still doing Shadowkeep on my Warlock also, because I didn't finish that with her. As well as I got to do this on my Titan, and then my Hunter's going to be continuing on the main storyline where we're currently at in the timeline. Yeah, like, we've got a lot of Destiny stuff, and like, I'm not hitting those brakes anytime soon. Just like that train. I'm gonna keep it going. For the recording side, I'll catch you all on the next one, alright? Alright, cool. Picking up right where we left off. That's for Editor Shadow's sake, in that, like, taking a little bit from the last episode to come into this episode. So, now that we know who Ikora is, or ran into who Ikora was, we're now gonna start exploring the Gorge. The Vex are back in force, and we need to explore with Orin about the of the Nine and how they play more into this larger speculation of controlling the universe, and how is our will our own, is our fate our own, what is the puppet masters beyond the stars of our time. That is what is going on in Destiny at this given point in time, at this given episode. So yeah. And also, before we continue, huge shout out to everybody that that is tuning into the live stream, has tuned into the live stream, and everybody who's been with us on stream, both raid-wise and everything of the sort. I'm going to have to compile like a master list of who raided me, but thank you everybody also for tuning in. I appreciate you all. Before I disappear in the action, you know what to do. And with that, Destiny 2. Edge of Fate. Now let's go kick some butt.
You're a tad late for this skirmish. Or early. Either way, you must have seen the Vex going about their deterministic routines by now. They're dug in, and trying to assimilate everything around them. They mean to turn a sphere to a circle here, so to speak. We have an advantage, in that the Vex who are exposed to dark matter find themselves caught in a thick, yellow confusion. The presence of the Nine here resists Vex probing with dense air, but it's thinning. We need to address this. I haven't been able to get close enough for a detailed assessment, but you can.
So, something I want to talk about that's awesome with the environment design here, that I'm really happy they did, is they did bring back the Venus-like planets. So, back in Destiny 1, Venus was my favorite planet to go to. It was like a jungle and a desert at the same time. So that we can have, like, it was like a nice sulfuric vibe in that it's the gunslinger fantasy, right? But then, like, there's like the jungle hunt against ancient robots, right? And so with Io being supposed to be the other Venus-like planet of Destiny, in that it's supposed to have like this dusty, like, drab tone, and a lot of the Vex architecture where it's like all this cuboid cylindrical, like Vex architecture, like we've seen enough of Destiny to know, like, it's kind of like grandeur in its shapely design, whereas like a lot of the Elixni stuff has kind of like, it's pretty hardy and scrapped together type things, right? And here with the mycelioids being very infectious gives it a lot more of that naturalistic, like, nature versus machine kind of design here. I'm glad Phase Glass is back to really tie that half up, because we have Phase Glass, Relic Iron, and Spirit Bloom. And Phase Glass was just like, it's basically that. It's glass. But I don't know, it's just like a fun reflective property that just, I don't know. It's something that I really wish we could have seen more of, and like, how does that apply to the universe as a whole? But one thing we forget is that we're collecting these things because they are actually usable materials for us, right? Like, Phase Glass could, like, be parts of, like, ship windows, things like that. That's the whole point of, like, why we did a lot of, like, resource collections back in the early days of Destiny. Because when it comes to fetch quests and doing worldly bounties of collect 10 apples for grandma to create a pie. Little did you know that pie gives you the ability to fight gods and take down demon kings and such, right? Go figure, who would have thunk that being a collector and just going around getting resources in games, like, crafters are actually, like, really useful, like, characters in MMOs. What does this have to do with anything that's happening right now in Destiny? Absolutely. In that, like, it makes sense that it helps with the resource farming, and just that if you're looking for more stuff, you want...
Fire team, I'll be overseeing this operation. I want to stay focused and on task.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. Nothing has changed. No matter who I was, I'm still Ikora Rey. Orin, status.
The Vex are watching this place. Rifles strung up in the cliffs. We need to break pottery. Tear it down.
Orin's right. Perimeter scans show Vex signatures, and they've converted the old HCO networks into a sort of security lattice.
She's also right about tearing it down. Keep your focus on the present and find a way through. Without active surveillance, you'll be able to move through the surrounding canyons without tripping Vex security every 10 paces. Taking the Vex's security lattice offline revealed something, Guardian. There's a massive dampening field that extends to the area we know 3 is behind. It's a barrier to entry, but from these readings, that isn't its purpose. Rather, it's stopping anything from getting out.
I'm seeing that too. It's the same type of quarantine protocol the Vex use to close off damaged portions of their network.
They must want to prevent the singularity expanding too. But we'll need to remove it to get to 3.
I remember something else now. A hooked request. There's a message I'm to remember here. Oh, it feels like a decompression, like plugged ears. What I mean is the 9 are holding something back from me. I think I know. I remember. Or will. I want to help.
Alright, so the reason why we just did that is because the Vex are now building more of those, like those hollow gates that were just there. They have like a defense grid like just outside of the singularity. The Vex can move through space and time in very strange ways. Especially now that the Conductor has the power of creation and control. Oh, that's some safety wire. Yeah, don't want to mess with that. Yeah, see, like this whole... It's just so rustic. I love that. Like, okay, that's what it is. Like, when you go up against the Vex, it feels like you're going through, like, an Indiana Jones type adventure, where it's like you're going through ancient ruins and solving out, solving what happened there. Uh-oh. How do I get up there? Huh. I'm confused. Am I supposed to get up there? Yep. I'm supposed to get up there somehow. Okay. What? What? Oh, jeez. I think I might have to fast travel. This right there. Ah, I see. Literally gotta think outside the box. I got it. Oh, I didn't get it. I got it. There it is. Oh, hi. Oh, that's just mean. Got something in your eye? Catch! Nice. So I can't help it but to play with my food. So yeah. That's just...
The dampening field signal is coming from this direction, but it looks like there's a branching point.
I see it. They're disseminating the dampening signal to hundreds of frames. This is a code fix. They've recognized their vulnerability to the Nine's energy and are adjusting.
It's still only noise. Tear down the signal and they'll die in the quiet.
The Vex Mine. Evade towering Vex mines, casting a protective signal into the collective, and find a way to bring them down to sow chaos into the Vex defenses.
I think we can get through here now. The signal's getting stronger, and it looks like I was wrong before. The dampening broadcast isn't emitting from one point, it's 3. Wait, there's something else. There's an old colonial research terminal still running from when the Ionians landed here. I didn't notice it until we were close, but it looks like the Vex are trying to access it.
Interesting. Let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Bring down the dampening broadcast, and in the chaos, we'll crush their incursion into the old colony systems.
Your plan is cracked knuckles. I like it. I'm glad we're taking the direct route. Without you, Guardian, my steps would be mouse squeaks in the floorboard. I've always been more gauntlets and thunder.
We don't have time to be anything but gate crashers. It's the Guardian's forte anyway. If you're looking for quiet, Orin, come back to the city with us when this is over. Rebuild your life in your own hands.
The city sounds like bitter medicine. We'll see. Oh, my head is buzzing.
That is not a tower. The broadcasts are coming from those giant minotaurs. Stay low, Guardian. Look, another concentration of dark matter. Might help keep us out of harm's way. I'm detecting shield projectors nearby, but it's protected by a security lens. One step at a time, Guardian. This should help us get to the security lens.
Check their shields. The interference is dying down.
Let the Pine Lance splinter, Guardian! Charge! Mind curdles, and the dampening field weakens. I see a flat vision of you, Guardian. A timely message. I see it. You. The message as a weapon. The weapon is the message. Fate forged. 9 hammer strikes ring. Scattered sparks. Cupped in hands. A weapon. Buried in the coals of the forge, I see a molten purity, waiting to read the hammer strikes and direct the shock.
Establishing uplink. Wait. These are detailed records of the collapse.
They catalogue the Nine's presence as much as the collapse. The Vex study seeds planted in the past to understand how the Nine wove plots around the paracausal.
This data is a playbook for emulating the Nine. Orin, do they know we would stop the Vex here?
Of course. They know that we'd need to move the Vex aside to reach the singularity. 3. Agency is a quantum indeterminate. Known hope. I remember they spoke like that.
I'm glad your head's clearing up. I quantum indeterminate that soon you'll be able to make more sense of this than I can.
Only the quarantine is between us and our answers. I can hear victory screaming like fire.
Lodi. The Guardian found an archive of analytical data the Ionians had recorded during the collapse. I think you deserve to see it.
Really? Miss Ray, that's incredible. Anything, and I mean anything that fills in the gaps between then and now would be mighty appreciated.
Okay. So
I think we're dealing with the inner orbits. Dangling an answer from a string is as clear as they get. Sun through Mars. The 9 are tethered by sentience and Sol's celestial bodies. They have a lot of time to bicker. The inner want to talk, the outer less so. It's an impasse.
So we're just swept up in the tides of a grand cosmic plan?
No. Placed. With intention. I, to mentor the new emissary. Drifter's been used for years. The Guardian, something yet to be. And you, Ikora, arranged to hear the message you were promised.
I don't plan on being a sacrificial lamb for the 9. Our destiny isn't up to some unknowable architect. It's ours.
Happens every time I try to like bring up a little something about it. So with the 9 being able to handle basically the space magic of this game in their own way, like think of like using dark matter as telekinesis. That's kind of like how it works, but like on a grand scale, right? And so the Vex being robots, they can calculate and take account of everything that is going on, right? So if you saw in Curse of Osiris, when they were like simulating the Vault of Glass, one of the earlier raids in Destiny, they took that into account of like, how would these Guardians fight us? And they're making all of those calculations in real time and telling them their past selves on how to fight us, kind of thing, right? Time to the Vex is a whole different beast in and of itself, and that they can replicate what the 9 are doing. And so yeah, we'll get in on more on that later. For now we must go deeper into the catacombs. I know I keep interrupting and like getting caught up in the conversation of the game as well, and it just happens sometimes, you know, like that's the thing about doing Let's Plays, is like, as much as I have a lot of like the story beats memorized, there's still gonna be parts that's like, oh, I walked into the wrong section, and it's only natural that as a gamer that we do that, even though we follow the rule of go the wrong way before the right way. Sometimes you just accidentally go the right way, and you kind of skip a step by accident that you didn't mean to. It happens. With that font of wisdom, I'm going to end this recording here, and we will pick up right immediately on stream. In which we are jumping right into it. So, what happened last episode, last recording, is that we're stopping the Vex from being able to calculate and turn the tides against us by simulating what is happening with the singularity, and they're creating a whole net to contain it. Basically, there's a black hole, and they're making sure that the black hole can't consume everything that's outside of it. That's what's happening here, basically. And while we were doing that to stop them, well, we found a piece of our history, of our past, that Lodi can now see what happened between the collapse to current day, fill in his gaps. While Ikora is starting to understand how a lot of the quantum mechanics of the universe, that it's all, how do I put it, complex with how the Nine want to be interacting with us. In that, if the Nine are basically like the spirits of the planets, that's basically what it is. They're the spirits of the planets. How are they like literally how are they putting their fingers in what we're doing? Think like Master Hand being a marionette, like marionette puppeteer. Something like that with the universe, where the inner planets, the Sun to Mars, they don't mind interacting with us, right? And then the outer ones, they don't want anything to do with us whatsoever. That's what they told us in the last sequence of events. It's hard to kind of decipher what's happening between in and out of combat, and so that's what I'm here to do, is translate a lot of like the story beats, and honestly, look cool in the process. Doing my best to, at least. Either first trying an arena, or just going in as efficiently as possible. Because as a Warlock, we know how to clear a room. Look at that. We are the agent of the Nine. And as a quick setup for newer players coming back, or for older players coming back, or for new players trying to find gear to farm, you can't particularly get my armor set anymore. However, I think Artifice armor still has a place in terms of just like what you can achieve and accomplish with your gear. I don't know if there's any more Master Dungeon runs yet, because of how they're changing up a lot of the system. And of course you want to get like tier 4, tier 5 gear, but you can't do that without being in campaign on Legendary. If you're a veteran player coming into it, your current gear is still just fine. Like, I have not changed anything in my armor, in my loadout, aside from the mods, and I just run the one loadout because, yeah, it's just not fully necessary for me to deal with a lot of the other stuff. So for this next section, I'm going to want a little bit of just some sniper resistance and blast resistance, because dealing with the Vex, it tends to be a lot of that. Yes. Other than that, fastball, keep your uptime with your abilities. At least that's my playstyle as a Warlock. I have everything to drop a buttload of stuff into a room and take out all the mobs and all the majors. And dealing with shields. Small things like that to consider in your loadout. So, I got one of the swords that came in the campaign, or not even in the campaign, just from grinding out. Like, this is just one of the general swords. Polaris Lance you can buy from the kiosk in the center, and just one of the random guns that you can get from just running stuff. Or if you're fancy like me, you could even just use this one. Honestly, I could use this one. I do need to start using my special ammo, so yeah. I mean, we didn't play through Festival of Light for nothing, right? Look at this. I have a Nerf gun. Or I have a Super Soaker. That's what I'm using here. I am saving interdimensional beings with a Super Soaker. It's nonsensical. This game is sci-fi, and the best part of fiction is that you can make it whatever you want it to be. Look at this thing. That's better. Now that's a summer weapon. That's a weapon an agent of the Nine would use. Yeah. You know what? I might put it like that. It looks nice. It looks nice. It's just our consideration. And the more you play the game, the more you unlock all of these different fashion stuff. They all come back in some way, shape, and form. But there are some of those that you just can't get a hold of anymore. Like this. Ooh. Or this. Oh. Mm-hmm. What should I use? What will I use? I don't know. Oh. Yes. Absolutely. As much as I love the Super Soaker look of this thing. This. Let's do it. I need something to clear a room, right? And an SMG is always good too. But precision is my game. Plus, it gives me a reason to generate ammo. Where am I going? My job is to stick to the right. Got it. Let's go. Yeah, so like I was saying in the last episode, is just like a lot of this, a lot of like this half of Kepler reminds me of Io in that it's a lot of ancient cave diving. That's what I've been trying to say in the last episode, is that that's what this feels like. Whereas Venus was like the ancient jungle desert world, like in that Destiny's a science fantasy, this is like it follows in that same vein. I really appreciate that of like just the design structure of Destiny. And why I still come back to this game. Like, yes, there is the grinding for all the cool endgame gear, but take some time to just appreciate the nonsense of the world around you. Why am I exploring Kepler? This is fun for me. I like to take my time and just savor the campaigns. As much as I want to start grinding out endgame gear, why are we grinding out endgame gear? Why are we doing this in the first place? Well, how else are we going to save the galaxy, right? How else are we going to save our known time and space of the universe? By doing it in style, and doing it with the best equipment we can get. And learning about the universe at large, and what it means to us. And I feel like that's something that a lot of players tend to forget about of the game. It's just, the game still has a story. Like, take the time to slow down and just really let it sink in of what is happening. Like, yes, we fought Vex for years, but like, what does it mean to be fighting Vex now versus back then? Where they were just one collective hive mind, but now they have the threat of Maya Sundaresh controlling them. Who knows? Maybe sometime in the near future, we might have Vex allies in the system. How cool would that be? And once we... Ow, bastard. Once we're done with Kepler, you know, we're going to be moving outside our solar system. Like, we're taking the steps to leave Sol. People have been asking for Destiny 3. We're on the bridge to Destiny 3. Or like, this is like the footsteps of Destiny 3 and what's to come in the campaign and the future of the universe. The old campaigns will still be there. If you want to like relive the universe, now you have access to that. And to newer players coming in, this is what you're going to be coming into. There's a new mystery. And by completing the older campaigns, it's just a more a larger understanding of our universe as a whole. And that's what you're buying whenever you get this. And they're doing a better job at filling in the gaps of, who are these characters? What are they doing here? Why are they here?
Scans are picking up a lot of moving radiolaria beneath the surface. Are they trying to assimilate Kepler?
We can't allow a Vex conversion to happen. Our own investigation aside, the Ionians call this place home.
We won't save them from the singularity just to lose them to the Vex. Crush the eye of the needle and the thread will choke.
The Vex here aren't a splinter faction. The Conductor is leading them.
Oh, Sundaresh. Her motives smack of unfinished business and desperation.
If she's here in person, it can't be good. Last we saw her, we learned how cruel she could be, even to her loved ones.
You mean Shioma? I remember the two of them were lost in the Vex network. How is this what became of them?
Shioma was horrified by what Maya became, and Maya couldn't handle that. We know how she works. That gives us an edge, even if she's dangerous. Guardian, that machine looks like another time-lost invitation, similar to the one that empowered you before.
If the Nine want to give you power, who are we to refuse?
Now that's something. I can see you now. When you're all spherical like that. It's almost like a star in the sky. We're connected through a chain of dark matter. It's in everything.
If it's a chain linking to your enemies, use it to pull them apart.
A little violent, but if the situation calls for it.
So yeah, before we continue, as per always, you know what to do. And also, let's make sure the Vex don't take over another planet. We don't need more of that.
That Vex mind was controlling the flow of radiolaria. Without it, their assimilation of Kepler will stall.
I know Maya Sundaresh and her schism. This shield was an anti-paracausal shell. It is a spark of the Nine, derived from their power. I recognize its shallow anxiety. Kepler harbors their influence.
You aren't suggesting they're helping each other? The Conductor and the Nine?
No. This place has always been touched by the Nine. The Vex exploit it somehow. I can put this together, Ikora. I promise.
Alright. So yeah. And he managed to stop the Vex from taking over the planet. For those that don't know Vex lore, that little glowy spot in their stomachs, that's the Vex. That's the Vex. All the mechanical bits, that's just the shell. In Halo terms, think like the Hunters, where the worms control all of like the big blue parts. That's how the Vex operate. And so if enough minds come together, they make those big ass things. If you notice, it was like 2 big ass minds are controlling it. Yeah. And so, because like there's the powers of the Nine are being able to be copied by the Vex, that is a no bueno being type situation in terms of the space magic of Destiny. So, let's see how we counter that. You know, I think a good 20-minute adventure is a solid point. We'll finish out this chapter for tonight's stream, and then we'll pick it up again when I come back from my break. So yeah. All right, cool. I should have taken 5 between recording sessions. That's okay. So, to kind of recap what's happening here in Destiny 2 Edge of Fate, in case you missed the last episode, or if you're starting for the first time here on this recording / this stream, hello, welcome everybody on the live stream. As of right now, we're stopping the Vex from doing their thing and turning it into more Vex world, like they did on Venus, like they did on Io, like they're trying to do on Neomuna, where everything becomes the Vex, and they terraform the planet into their own image. So yeah, at the same time, with all this dark matter involved, well, by the powers that be, they're slowly assimilating and figuring out how to control the 9 power-causal, godlike beings that control the fate of our universe and ourselves. So, you know, your standard apocalypse situation. But that's why we're here to stop them and stop the Elixir from tearing open a black hole into reality and ripping the universe a new one at the same time. So a war on 3 fronts, in that we're just here to help the people out of this planet, or this planetoid, this location.
I thought most Vex malfunctioned when they were exposed to dark matter, but that new shielding incorporated it.
Most go haywire. They harness the energy of the 9, but it's assimilation, not like how the Guardian borrows it or an emissary embodies it.
The 9 don't dabble in coincidence, and everything here is lining up too well. If the Vex are stealing power, the 9 are at least allowing it.
I'd rather not think of the implications of that.
You've lived too long to carbonate in guesses. This time was planned, but not for the Vex. I remember that much.
Yeah, think of it as like the Vex trying to manipulate the pieces on the chessboard while you're moving, right? And it's that constant battle of, it's basically a game of chess. Oh, you know what? That explains the chess imagery that they use in this. Go figure. Welcome to Destiny 2. where we're all just pawns to a larger scheme in the universe, with the powers that be.
You got me, 3. I'm paying attention now. I hate these even more. Focus, Ray. Here and now. You're entering the Vex exclusion zone, Guardian. Find how they're co-opting the Nine's power and put a stop to it.
Huh. Deep scans are picking up dark matter and deep mantle drilling. This place looks like a quarry geared towards mining out the anomaly's power.
So they're using 3 on the other side to strengthen their shields? We can't remove all the dark matter, but we can neutralize the threat long enough to push deeper into the canyons. I want this refinery in flames, Guardian. Orin, how does dark matter relate to the Nine? My understanding is it's non-reflective and has odd qualities, but is still natural.
The Nine are, in simple terms, made of dark matter. It tangles with enough mass, like they do.
So the Vex are tapping dark matter from the anomaly, and that matter is tangled with the Nine's power? That must be what the Vex are keeping contained. Some live wire that lets them tap into whatever the Nine were doing and reprogram it.
You're carrying a lot of energy, probably enough to shatter that conflux pylon. That should lower the barrier and let us out.
You are here. This is where they refine their power.
Wait, I'm picking up Elixni signatures. The House of Exile just ignited a glimmer drill.
One enemy force stealing the Nine's power is enough. Shut down their operation. Then we deal with the Vex.
That's the last of the exiles. Now for the Vex. Guardian, you're looking for a series of conversion engines tied to conflux pylons.
Like I said, Guardian. Leave it in flames.
That's the last converter. Refiner. Whatever. The Vex can't convert any more dark matter. Wait. Vex mind incoming!
The Overseer, who holds Hourglass Sands.
I bet they break just the same.
The Titan in me is blushing.
shielded. Our weapons won't work.
You'll need the Nine's power to punch through.
Why would the Vex need the Nine for shielding? I've seen a Minotaur phase through time to dodge an attack.
Against something paracausal, that phasing is a coin flip. The fourth dimension doesn't have that hindrance.
Knowing the Nine can subvert our agency is bad enough. But you're saying they can predict futures the Vex can't?
The Vex find a future that suits them. The Nine engineer one through. Intermediaries and pressure.
Surely they follow some rules.
Ikora, I know what it feels like to have your autonomy brushed aside. That woman is dead, and Lodi worked hard to protect her memory. But in the eyes of the Nine, you exist simultaneously. A constant.
Stop, Orin. These borders matter. I know who I am. Maya's Vex co-opting Nine energy is a bad sign. Even if you don't think they're working together.
I remember her, but her transformation is a blind spot. What happened that turned her into the Conductor?
A fragment of paracausal power touched down on Nessus, and one of her simulations rose out of the Vex net and claimed it. Originally, she was looking for her wife, Chioma, but the Vex she co-opted began to change, to individualize.
She will not find her wife here, but she will find a being who knows.
Alright, so yeah, before we continue, I do want to note on that of just like how time travel works in this game. In that the Vex, like, it's a crapshoot of whether or not they're gonna make it through. So technically, every time those Minotaurs warp away from me and to slam me, that's because, like, yeah, like, they get, like, a time stop kind of thing. Golden Wind, us. Omae wa mo shinderu. Nothing personal. You know, like, that kind of stuff. That's the kind of powers they're dealing with. And so, with the time being able to make sure that they get the timing right, excuse you, that's something that's really bad if the Vex do get control of it. Think Prince of Persia, but on an interdimensional galactic scale. That kind of thing happening. So let's see how we handle that, you know? That's about a 20-minute recording. I think that's a good stopping point in terms of just, like, recording. Yeah, now that we're heading back to the entrance, this should be, like, the last, mission, and then that should be enough to wrap up the stream. So let's do that. So now that we know the power of the Vex and how they're taking control of the Nine, now that we know that dark matter relates to the Nine because of just, like, physical density, that's how the Vex are starting to be able to control and tame the Singularity. So let's see how we're gonna stop them. Yeah, as per always, you know, welcome to Destiny Tuesday, or at least just the fragments of the recording that be, and join us as we save the galaxy on more scales than one on the regular. And doing it in style. For now, we can ignore these guys. We don't need to worry too much about them. What we need to do is we need to stop the Vex from being able to assimilate more of the planet. And I think we need
Guardian, I've got confirmed intel. The Vex mine maintaining the quarantine has the last strangelet we need to reach 3.
My final tethers to the Nine are snapping. I feel like a live wire fraying. The charge is still there, sparking at the ends.
You won't miss that power? The station? It's a lot to walk from.
The Nine's power, the light, it all came from outside myself. I'm looking forward to finding what's left when that all fades away.
I'm glad to hear you say that and that you're back with us. All the power in the world isn't worth having none over yourself.
Yeah, what is a god to a god slayer, right? We as Guardians, we take shit down like it's nothing. We fought dragons that can control the fabric of reality. We've taken down gods that control the fabric of reality. What is the fabric of reality to ourselves then at that point? So let's find out what we do next and how that happens. Quarantine. Destroy a powerful Vex mine to breach the quarantine and around the Singularity and seize the final Strangelet capsule. So yeah, we've been trying to stabilize the Singularity, as in like the black hole beyond the line, and make sure it's okay. So let's do that. Let's see how clean we can make this.
That's strange. Some of the radiolaria in the Vex down here is reading as being from, well, not our timeline. They're trying to wall off our path. We'll have to push through some familiar territory to reach the mine maintaining the dampening field.
If the Guardian dismantles it, we'll have enough Strangelet capsules to safely reach the Singularity.
And 3's on the other side with our message. One step closer to an answer. One last leap of faith. If Maya can already manipulate time, why all this friction?
Unlike the Nine, they're bound by their dimension. Chronal flow applies to all. Time moves forward, never backward. I want answers too, Ikora. We're simultaneous.
Looks like we're about to hit resistance. Get ready.
Resistance? You have reached an end, little ghost. Seeking to avert a catastrophe after the fact. You will wear yourself dull from battle before it ever cuts deep enough to draw blood. But you will try.
It's an ambush, Guardian. Take cover. They're trying to lock us in. Clear a path and let's look for a way to disable those barriers.
I thought this message was for me, Guardian, not you.
The Nine keeps stringing us along. Do they always get the future they determine?
Time is chord notation, the known possible scale of everything. But if the tone is set, why scheme against fate? Still, the Nine try, don't they?
Chords have variance to a degree. Tiny alterations in a range.
You're catching on. The Titan in me misses helping people. The city might do me some good.
I'm glad to hear you consider it. You could help us retake Seoul. Start small. Maybe Chicago. Heavy Vex presence ahead. They're trading fire with an exile raiding party.
But thankfully, no giant minotaurs this time.
The Archon must be using us as a distraction to breach the Vex quarantine.
Too bad they crossed paths with you, Guardian.
Guardian, destroying that brig deactivated a nearby exile signal. I think they had sealed off one of these buildings.
This... a door in waiting. A bridge across space.
You know, there's remnants of Elixir technological signatures in the assimilated architecture here. The house must have been right on top of the anomaly before the Vex pushed them out.
The Archon's been trying to get back in ever since. It makes me think they'll make a push once we bring down the dampening field.
We'll need to be ready. But right now, we kill the noise. Kill the noise and hear our answers.
So yeah, before we continue, I do want to take a note of just like, that was a really, really fun encounter in like just massive arena. You know, like you saw like just now, like even now, just having all my abilities swarming around, and just one thing that's fun about the game for me is just the mastery of like knowing how to use your equipment. And like, if you notice, I didn't change anything out of my loadout. I've been using the same loadout since I started this this campaign. So for a lot of players out there who are like, oh, I don't have the best stuff, you don't need to have the best stuff. Just use stuff you know how to use. And how it just synergizes with your stuff. I still mess it up, and like I'm trying to be conscious of it, of just like making sure to switch to my grenade launcher, throw my grenade, and then I could do like a triple shot with it to clean a room. You know, small things like that. That's what Grenadier does for me. Whereas like this one, you know, I make sure I get the shots, and then I can spawn extra hatchlings. But as we're starting to push through, we're gonna have more resistance. We need to have more to clear waves, especially if I'm running this solo. Just little things to consider for when you do your run-throughs, if you ever do come up and pick up the game. But let's continue.
There's static. A hook? I haven't felt this since I was emissary. One of the 9 want to speak.
Quitter. Is that you, Buttercup? Release me from those filthy, fleshy hands.
No. My hand resigned a broken contract.
Orin, what's happening?
An unthinkable glimpse. An order? Drawing pinpoint aversion.
No, too cryptic, Quitter. You want to know how we saved you? Your big ball never tell you that. You are flimsy. For me to stay and burn a while, I'll need the one with the fetching fermions.
Ugh! Gunsmoke, stop! Speak to me, not through me. It's my will. Mine.
Quitting didn't take fully?
It did. It's me, I'm me. Those tethers I mentioned still stick to my skin.
Oh, I love that. If I remember correctly, I think that was like I think that was like either 9 or 6. But oh yeah, just right there when she said like it still sticks, like the tethers are still there. Just the way they have power over you, it's still like ultimate, infinite, godlike power, but not having your will to use it. That's something horrifying. I love that. Whereas a lot of people like to associate Eldritch with dark themes, like Cthulhu and such. I'd say like this is like the opposite of like Eldritch, but if we actually cast light on it and just... yeah. Anyways, we got some Vex to kick. So let's go kick some robot butt.
If Maya really thought she was inevitable, she wouldn't be trying to stop us. Push through.
Everything's being scrambled by a Vex disruption signal. Follow the cabling and we should find the source. These old human colonial outposts have been here for a long time. I wonder what they were researching before they captured this. This route will take us straight to the mine, creating the dampening field. Almost there.
You never tire of learning the same lessons. Your response is not necessary. This is not a conversation. You're only meant to listen. How readily you obey fate. A leader without agency. A discarded puppet wrapped in her wires. And the weapon. Guardian, the Nine flatter you and themselves. But my enemies do not threaten me, because I do not allow it. I command their passivity. They cannot raise their weapons.
Yeah, Maya's bearing her fangs. Well, she's ready to fight. So are we. Let's show her what's up. Let's show her what we can do.
I feel 9 crowding the corners of my cortex. Don't let them in. They'll burn through any non-emissary.
There it is, Guardian. That Vex mine has the capsule we need. I don't care what Maya says. We're on her doorstep and she feels it.
I've had enough of this wall in my brain. I'm looking forward to seeing it crumble.
The mine's defenses are linked to a series of shielded confluxes. I bet we can take it out with this. That's it, Guardian. Bring them down. That should be the final Strangelet capsule. We did it. The quarantine field is failing.
We just detected a shockwave from the singularity.
My connection is still tethered. Ikora, I'm letting 9 in. Talk to me to talk to them.
We have questions.
Commander, answers later. Bask. Perihelion around my maypole. But I do have a message for the weapon-to-be. Guardian, we knew salt water would evaporate. Missiles aping at solar flares would collide. Humanity was destined to burn. 3 and I, well, we looked at the Valley of Unknown Space. We saw our nature would nurture the conditions for uppercase light. Your resurrection was enabled by our hand for this purpose. Your mind will reach the beyond and know the way. For this you were positioned, set into orbit. This and 3's message to come. Always loved warming your armor, Sunshine.
The well is dry. I have no more answers. I'm sorry.
Wait, so the 9 are saying they planned for me to raise the Guardian?
We are not pawns. We determine our choices, not them. Let's get to the Altar of Relativity and get answers from 3 ourselves.
My will is my own. It's as frightening as it is freeing. Don't misunderstand me. I didn't choose to be a lightbearer. I did choose to be an emissary. And I chose to leave. I don't miss either life. I choose to bear truth. To share fragments I've stowed away from beyond the borders of known space. The knowledge I keep will save others. But first, there is a piece of myself that I left buried to grow in old soil. My ghost, Gaul. We planted violet petals from the Golden Age. My hands, their shell. After we leave here, that's where I'll go. One brief respite until fate calls us back to right the impossible.
Everyone, we have the last Strangelet capsule. Guardian, we need to take this to the Altar of Relativity and get that door open.
This is it. I'm finally gonna learn why I'm here. Big moment. For all of you too, I'm sure.
Yeah. Round of congrats to everyone. But we're not out of the doghouse yet.
Drifter's right. I'm sure the Archon will be on the move soon now that the quarantine is down. And when he does...
Quiet. Yes, you have reached your goal and torn down my collective's quarantine. This is marginally impressive, but not beyond expectations. You are free to enter and play out your adventure. As I have said, I concluded my business there long ago. All that is left is to see if the Guardians really do make their own fate. Or if you will let the 9 puppeteer your power to their whims.
Alright. This is it. I think we're actually getting close to the end of the game, to the end of the campaign, so I think I will just finish it off in this stream, and then just consequentially upload it. But Yeah, welcome everybody to Destiny 2 Edge of Fate. I just started a new recording. Kind of leaving off from where we last left off. So it turns out number 9 is Soul. And as it turns out, the 9 had planned to be that Earth be destroyed and that the collapse did happen. So that way we could be resurrected as the Guardian to be the weapon, as far as we know. Or as they said, weapon soon to be. What does that mean? Let's find out. What is going to happen? Do Guardians make their own fate? As we say, what is our destiny? What am I marking towards, though? Oh. Mission criticality. Ionians. Wait, what? Threatens to melt down. Rout the exile saboteurs and shut down the reactor before it's too late. Oh. Wait a minute. Wasn't that we were supposed to... Oh, sweet. I'll take those, thank you. Criticality. Okay, so yeah, as per always, we gotta make sure we save the fate of the universe as per always. And sometimes that means making sure that the planet you're on doesn't blow up. So let's see how we do that. I remember this one did give me a lot of trouble when I played this through my hunter. So let's see how well I can not skip through this, but get through this. Yeah, as much as I want to leave, like, something for next time, we're this far into the campaign that I'd rather just finish it off. You know what I mean? Like, the last stretch, like, the last quarter of it, it's pretty straightforward, honestly. Like, it's not just all downhill from here, it's more so in the realm of, yeah. It's that we're building up to the next major story arcs. Is what's going on. So that's just kind of my forewarning, I guess, of what to expect out of like the rest of like the stream and just where we're at in Destiny. Because the new season is gonna start soon. Meaning like the next major story beat will be happening after this week, and I'm gonna miss out on that. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna miss out on the first week of the new story, so when we get back, like, this is gonna be the, alright, here's what's happening, we're up and running, my hunter's going in, and we're doing the same thing, so, like, my Warlock is here to make sure you know what's happening, and caught up with, the story. So, without further ado, Destiny 2, Edge of Fate.
Guardian, this is an emergency. The Ionian's energy reactor is on the verge of going supercritical. We need to shut it down, now.
Didn't y'all just fix this thing?
Since the Guardian shut the Vex quarantine down, they're figuring out a way to get to the 9 without it.
If this reactor melts down, it'll charcoal Kepler and wipe out anyone trying to hinder the Vex from controlling the singularity.
Then no one will be alive to stop them. Find what caused this.
Wild hunch, but I think the Guardian found the cause of the meltdown.
Focus on the reactor. Keep the Ionians safe. Then deal with the invulnerable Vex. don't have much time, Guardian. Fight your way through and disable any power nodes you can find.
Every energy plant has to have a supply of coolant on hand to submerge the core in an emergency.
If you can find it, I'll route it back to the reactor, Hero. Go!
We need to get the Ionians evacuated. If this place goes nuclear, the temple, the caldera, everything is squarely within the blast radius.
Damn it. The Ionians are too dispersed to reach all of them before boiling conversion.
Guardian, buy us as much time as you can. We'll assess our options. Lodi, do the Ionians have any kind of shelter they can get to quickly? Bunkers, or even a cavern system?
No, their infrastructure wasn't built to handle any kind of fallout.
Damn it! This thing's hemorrhaging coolant like a severed head!
I'm beneath the reactor. Its reservoir is cracked, but I can contain the pressure. Ophiuchus will just have to continually res me.
Ikora!
Don't worry about me.
What if we could get help? 3 wanted us here alive. What if they could intervene?
Make the call! Guardian! Buy Lodi time! I'm beneath the reactor. Approaching now.
Temps aren't stable yet, but we're making headway. Ikora, you holding together the coolant walls?
Going. Buy us anytime you can.
Something's wrong. 3 isn't talking. I just seen flashes. Brooklyn, but everything's on fire. Is this the collapse? Oily rain? Heads tipped back. People don't know it's irradiated.
Lodi! We're running out of time.
Talk to me, please. 3, we need help. It's just showing me things. An eruption in a tundra, a bear boiling in mud, in a forest of ash. 3, the reactor is melting down. We need you to help us. Stop showing me a meteor. Talk to me. Damn it! Why are you showing me this? Why won't you help?
Cut the connection. Lodi, Orin, find cover. We're on our own.
The unknowable god doesn't want to help. What a surprise. They're just gonna leave you dying on repeat. That's it. One node left, hero.
Lodi! Are you alright? Louis!
That was the collapse. And then a little earlier. And then way earlier. 3 won't talk, won't help. They just wanted to show us disasters.
We've got something more reliable than a god. Guardian, my faith lies with you. If they won't save us, then we'll just have to save ourselves.
Oh, hell yeah, sister. Now you get it.
The Nine murdered a mortal so she could be useful in her next life, and abducted her friend to use him as a puppet. They'll casually rearrange the life of the Guardian, but won't lift a finger to help. My role may be set, but I will not play it passively. I will hold a reactor together with my bare hands. I will move time and space to hold them accountable. And I will enact my future on my own terms. If the Nine want Ikora Ray so badly, then here I am!
There you are.
Your will is your own.
Hell yes! That's what I'm talking about!
You were underneath that thing, Ms. Ray?
Holding it together in there while the Guardian got it stable out here.
You always were a tough one. How many times did you die?
As many as it took to finish the job.
You've got everything you need. Split that Hydra from the reactor. Then, let's finish the job.
With the reactor shut down again, how stable are the Ionians' power sources? Will the altar still hold?
It's not a permanent solution, but our efforts should have given the Ionians generators a serviceable amount of juice. The altar should remain stable, and we'll still be able to get through.
3's waiting for us on the other side of that door.
Ms. Ray, not to rush us, but the Vex are flocking to the Singularity. We should follow. I want answers.
As do I. You and I have come too far to not know the reason why we're here. And we're only beginning to understand what they changed for the Guardian.
Alright. One crisis averted, one more crisis to go, and we're gonna go tackle the big one in the next recording. I'll keep the stream going. Again, like I said, we're really close to the end, so we might as well just go for the finish line, honestly. Because once we clear that the gorge area, it's pretty much just a couple more chapters till the end of the campaign. So, like I said, we're gonna be playing through Edge of Fate. We'll finish off this Let's Play and go from there. And we're back on the live stream. Yeah, no, I hit that record button immediately as soon as I stop the next one, so that way we could just get through it. Gives me a chance to breathe a little bit, gives me a chance to kind of decompress and talk about what we're up against, and what kind of themes we're dealing with in this game. And here in this case, it's just the power of willpower. You know, like the whole theme of the game is destiny. Guardians make their own fate. What does that mean in a realm where there are beings that can control you and, like, tip the scales? To put it in a meme, a time traveler moves a chair and something doesn't happen. You know, a rift in the timeline, in that the Nine will forge the future that they want to see happen. Something in that same vein, right? And so, with that being said, in the last mission, Ikora, like, chose to send herself to the reactor, to hold it together, to make sure it does not explode, while we were out collecting all the coolant, and Drifter was handling everything else, right? In that these beings, they don't control us. That's the whole point and theme of Destiny. And what is our place in this larger universe? And to me, that's the fun part of the question. It's just like, yeah, what will we do next? And how will we stop the next destruction of the galaxy? Type situation. There we go. That can be finicky sometimes. Yep, you get to enjoy that. Yep, you get to enjoy that. Oh, I'm out. Well, whoever's next. Hey, what's this? Sweet. Some more relic iron. Yeah. But yeah, this comes back to the whole environmental design of just, like, Space Cowboy that I really enjoyed out of the game. And its aesthetic design. But we'll take some time to appreciate the scenery afterwards. For now, let's get back. We have a god to meet. Oh, I'm still here. Don't worry about that. I could fast travel if I wanted to. But where's the fun in that? A breather in the fighting. Alright. We should be getting there now. Yeah.
Wait! Wait, Guardian! Orin, hold up. I feel like the L train during rush hour. All of them are queuing up in here. The Nine need us.
The vote. Of course they want to do it now. I remember my own transfer. There wasn't much fanfare. So it was miscreated. They seemed eager to move on.
Guardian, hurry. The Nine want to talk.
Formally, and they're not too keen on waiting.
Yes. Pressed glass. Light shining. Standard procedure. Let them in. They're here.
Oh, good. I was worried they would start without...
Nice of you to answer. Quitter, your vessel is required.
You may borrow.
Your captured audience assembles.
Invitation to notarize transfer. Tonight the weapon answered.
Speak what eight have spoken.
Quiet your clods and gases.
We all have Elstons to be, but only one right now.
I hold the vessels. Old.
And new.
This quitter is an outcast, but still connected and useful.
This beautiful boy is the emissary to be. Paperwork permitting. And you, Guardian, you are the weapon we chose by right and trial.
The weapon guides the transfer on the edge of its paracausality to shroud this chained sequence, to fell Vex and parry prediction. Be ours.
Kneel! Kneel. And let your knobby quarks press to hadrons. Do all present here ratify this contract? Aye or nay?
Denial.
Predictable. My vote is aye. Obviously.
Emissary appointment, declination. Weaponized flesh tool, affirmation.
As you sustain us, you will sustain us. For accepts.
Yea. Unsheath the weapon. But reactionary choices. Empty-seated. Nay to the emissary.
Stupid to ignore threat, arm ourselves. We never move without intermediaries. Aye to all.
Complete, abject, insulted refusal.
Ridiculous! 6! We are at war! One casts our vote in the affirmative.
This council sees the weapon loosed, but stands unmoved to ratify an emissary. 8 votes cast. 1 remains. It is required. Weapon, you are charged with seeking the final vote. 3. Our vacant gives you what you need.
Never again.
I am gonna throw up.
Seek 3 at the altar. All paths converge, Guardian Weapon.
Guardian, all the 9 seem to know what the weapon is for, but I don't have a clue.
All I felt when they were talking about whatever you were for was terror.
If we have the power to make gods afraid, you know something's gonna go down. So we heard from all the voices of the planetary bodies except 3. 3 represents Earth. Well then. Looks like we need to deliver a message to 3. I like that though, because like we are the weapon. It's like, alright, time to unleash hell. On behalf of the universe. Let's do it.
Guardian, someone's on the line.
I know folks speculate about my haul behind my back. But what they don't realize is, I don't know a damn thing about it either. Honor called it an engine of pure potential. But potential for what? I never knew, or cared. Long as I fed it dark motes, it kept spitting out primevals, and that was good enough for me. But since we arrived here, that old hall's been acting real squirrely, like it's trying to give me the slip. I never thought of the motes we put in there as sentient. Of course, all the baddies you dusted probably felt some kind of way about it. But the motes themselves, I reckoned they were just leftover scraps from your target practice. But the way the hall's yapping at me, I think maybe they wanted to be dunked. And now, they want out.
You know, that's something I'm going to have to put as a pin for later about the future of Gambit and what it could mean in the next major DLC update, now that I'm really thinking about it. I'm going to have to talk to Kazumi about this because this is actually kind of huge. Now that I'm really, really looking at it. Because I missed that phone call the first time we played through this as my hunter. Because I was just eager to get to the next mission. But this is huge.
Lodi, before we get further, the woman you knew, what was her name?
Are you sure you need to know that, Ikora?
I want to know who I'm fighting for.
You're fighting for the most fearless person I know. And when we get to that god, you're going to ask him why they killed Dr. Nella Davis.
The transfer was successful. My senses are beginning to settle. I feel smaller.
Couldn't help but count while you all were calling the 9, but, where was 3?
Absent. And I remember I know why. I'm supposed to tell you something.
You have your chisel, Orin. Use it, and find us clarity. The Vex and the Singularity. Maya's goal has always been to return to the Golden Age. But a black hole won't get her there.
But maybe a member of the Nine could. She came to make a deal with 3. Trade the current age for the Golden Age?
A trade like that wouldn't be possible. The Nine can bring anything forward in time, but nothing ever goes backward. 3 would have told her as much.
Maya's echo means no isn't an answer.
This sounds like it isn't about simple refusal, though. It's a matter of physical impossibility.
When Maya spoke to us in the Gorge, she said she did what she came here to do. But we're not back in the Golden Age. What did she try to do?
The echo can compel, but it cannot force the impossible. We can't worry about this now, Guardian. We need the Archon out of the way. Then we'll deal with Maya.
Okay. I remember this got me the first time. Let's see. So if I hit the... Where's the first one? Okay, starting from... there. So that one shoots there. There. Across. Cool. If I remember correctly, I'm going to need this to get it started. There it is. Nice. Nice. Now then. There we go. And we're back on this side. Perfect. Nailed it. Yeah. Damn, I was so close. I was doing so well, too. Oh, I knew this fight was going to give me some trouble here. Alright. Alright, I do need a better heavy weapon instead of just that. If I take my light down, it's not going to be too bad. Plus, it's nice to have a little extra firepower, too. Yeah, let's stick with this loadout, though. I do like this. Now I gotta rebuild my thing. No, sadly, we are running through the story at the moment, and as of right now, I kind of just want to replay for the sake of just, not replaying it, but to help recap other players who are either looking into Destiny for the first time or just really have a more thought out explanation of what's happening in the story. Because everyone's always like, yeah, I want to get into Destiny, but I have no clue what's going on kind of thing. And that's kind of how I'm playing it at the moment, in that I'm doing things for the sake of doing things, but in cases where I die like that, it's like, okay, cool. Now you know what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, how I'm doing it kind of situation. And what does this mean in the grand scheme of things? So what are we doing right now? We're fighting a Minotaur. Not only is it just any Minotaur, it is the... it's another Gate Lord, basically, touched by the Singularity. So in this case, with the Vex Hive Mind being a hive mind, essentially, but with Maya Sundaresh controlling them as well, now that they have, like, their own individuality from the network in their own system, this means that, like, they have some very dangerous powers. That's kind of, the long and the short of what we're doing at this point. This is just to save face to, as I am also kind of just... Yeah. If it wasn't a major story moment, I would say yes. But as of right now, I do kind of want to just focus and complete the encounter on hand. However, since I did die, I'd like to give myself a little bit more room to just chat until we get to the final sequence of events. To kind of just talk about, like, environment design, arena design, enemy types, and such, right? Alright, cool. That's done. I like how this fight really uses a lot of what we've learned in how to manipulate and explore the world around us. Right? The best way to do a lot of these, especially if you're trying to go flawless or deathless, is knowing of what you're going up against. And where to go. And that's why, like, if you run it on Legendary, it's a good sense of just... Uh-oh. Really learning... how to fight. Because on harder content, a lot of times, you will be encountering... you will have encounters where you need to do them flawless. Or else you gotta wipe. In my case, since I'm solo, that is the situation at hand. However... Uh-oh. Shit. You know, I'm kind of just trying to do this flashy. I did this last time, too, when I was doing this on my Hunter. Just like, survivability is one of the hardest things to do as a Hunter. Warlocks have it a little bit easier. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's just get the whole wave to come through. Oh, so bad. Yep. There it is. Yep. itchy feeling this was gonna happen. Cool. You back off. You back off. Catch. Alright, see, this is where my mastery comes in of having to be able to juggle your abilities. And now that I changed my loadout to have a little bit more light in it with the new grenade launcher, yeah, it checks out. Let's see. I like the music here too. It's very synthetic, to put it in a word. Nice. That's 2. That's ammo. Alright. Once more onto the breach. Let's do it right this time. Did I miss? I missed. There we go.
The Giver must not be approached. Exiles, prevent the deathless advance!
Is anyone else freezing? Muscles are locked? I feel awful. Something's wrong. Oren?
I felt that too. The day after I quit. Joints locking up, frozen head to toe. Something was very, very wrong. The Archon is hiding the truth from his people. Drifter, you need to bring your ship close. I'm remembering part of the message I was meant to deliver. Ready the derelict? Bring the haul.
What? Why?
Because I'm supposed to tell you now.
I just realized this recording's already 40 minutes in. So, to see how the finale of Edge of Fate goes, you know what to do. But for everyone watching the live stream, you know what we're doing. Let's do this. Let's go check out the Singularity, find out what's going on with 3, and get Lodi to become the emissary. Let's do it.
I'm nearly in eyesight. There's a lot of exiles on the ground.
Who more than any number can count? Annihilate 1 and 3 will roar in my voice. The Giver and his answers are unreachable. Exiles, take down the deathless ship.
Taking heavy fire!
Alright. Now it's time to start thinking of portals. Nailed it. Yep. There it is. Nice. I do enjoy this. It is some clever puzzle work. Okay, now what am I supposed to do with this? There we go. Next checkpoint. Oh, yeah. Now. Warlock speed. Nailed it.
Whole damn flood of exiles just ran outside. Archon's not bluffing. Can't get close to whatever the hell that is. I'm taking too much fire.
No. This is how it happens, isn't it?
I don't need to breathe. Ikora, why don't I need to breathe? Am I dying?
Hold on, Lewis. We're almost there.
I really liked that encounter. That was a lot of fun, honestly. Getting to use the environment to my advantage like that. Going up against some shanks. It was really... The first time I did that as my hunter, it's rough. Like, you really gotta do a lot of the healing dodge stuff. But, we gotta go save the Singularity. Stop the Archon from tearing it wide open and destroying the universe.
My chisel is sharp. The message is clear. I understand what was forgotten. 3 is dead.
The 9 that invited us here is dead?
I'm so sorry. It was like a block in my mind. The 9 wouldn't let me remember until now.
They brought us here to tell us something. They rearranged our entire lives. For what?
There has to be a reason. What type of message are we supposed to hear from the dead?
The end of endings has been revealed. See how the blood of the giver feeds the singularity.
They're using 3's body to widen the black hole. They made the singularity. We need to hurry before we're overtaken.
Train the giver. Devour its flesh beyond flesh, my exiles. Coast the infinite. And you, Deathless, I will cut you down long before the singularity grows large enough to swallow you!
The Archon is the only thing between us and the answers we deserve. Bury him, Guardian.
The grand design speaks of the end, dear ones. All of this is as foretold. It is why we prepared, why we readied our bodies and conglomerated our minds.
The Archon is inside that thing. It appears to be drawing power from the catch above. We'll need to power it down to get him out. Guardian, let's get to that catch.
Exiles, did I not foretell of a ruinous villain? The grand design promises victory in the face of our greatest foe.
Oh. This is gonna be rough. Okay. This catch is locked down tight. I don't remember how I did this the first time, honestly. This is what's... I do remember going through this, though. Oh, I see. Got it. I gotta land in there. No? I think I just gotta jump through. That's gonna be rough. Okay. Come on now. Go. Nailed it. Alright, cool. Now that we made it through.
Power's draining from the catch. That should get the Archon out into the open.
Kepler will rend into infinity as exiles return, riding the miracles of the event horizon home. Deathless, I'm fated to flay you in the shadow of the killer's carcass as you're fated to die. Face me, weapon of the Nine! This was not the path of the grand design. Incorrect, false, trickster, deathless, ruiners! More, my exiles, we need more! recommand the servitors. Whatever they refine is their last. We must feed the singularity. We must rise to become House Ascendant. The longer we fight, the more the giver bleeds. Yes, yes. I am wounded, just as I foretold. Deathless fiend, ruiner, cheat. I was prophesied to win. I saw my victory. I saw it through 1,000 eyes. I have been humiliated. How could you take everything from me? I was a house. You made me a ruin. I always triumph in the grand design. The agony proves my worth. Muscular Sanji. Disgustful assist. How could you? How could you take this from me? May you rend and burn for an eternity in the singularity's embrace.
I just had the craziest idea I've ever had in my life. What if we can wake it up? What if that's what the hall is for? Play the game. I spend years filling it with energy. The Hall knows what it was made for.
3 intervened, so Drifter would bring the means to revive them. Brought Lodi to give them a voice. Summoned the weapon and myself, so we would hear their message.
I don't want to see 3 again. You were brought here to raise the dead. Bring them to life. They'll close the tear. Wake them and listen.
Orin, wait. This call is different than the others? What happens to me if they're dead?
I guess you'll find out.
Guess so. Whatever you see, don't worry about me. I was made for this. Line's open, weapon.
On your signal, hero.
You got us here, Guardian. Now get us the answers we deserve.
When you're ready.
Not running from this one. As much as I'd like to. Not every day you resurrect a god.
You stand here, that I would not die alone again.
If you cannot give me what I want, what can you do?
Still I die afraid, at your sister's command.
You are a being who bends all rules. Why do you fear breaking this one?
A death ensures extinction. Listen carefully, children of my earth. To survive, you must bind the 9. It cannot be done. The weapon will do it. Strike true, weapon. Goodbye, Ambassador. Goodbye, Commander.
Come, coward.
That's a neat little trick. Thanks, friend. I'm fine. I'm dead again. Or 3 is dead again. The 9 can't exist here. Same as we can't exist in a painting.
3 said their death starts a chain reaction that leads to extinction. But if they went through all the trouble to get us here, to send a message to the children of their Earth,
Then it must be a warning, not a promise. 3 gave us instructions to prevent extinction.
bind the 9. A dying wish to save us.
Bind the Nine. Interesting. Also, sorry, during that entire encounter, I was kind of locked in, and hello everybody, and welcome to the stream, and welcome if you're watching this on the VOD, the Let's Play, the actual like proper Let's Play type format that I'm doing. We just got raided by Candy Borowski. If you guys enjoy some Destiny PvP, she is one of the best. No worries, Candy. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a proper shout out, the / shout out. I hope you had a good night. Thank you so much again for raiding us and bringing your community over. Thank you, thank you. Shout out, Candy Borowski. No worries. Yeah, if you guys want to see some Destiny PvP content, make sure to go give her a follow, and some cozy games too. So yeah. But at last, the message has arrived. So, the thing about the Nine, with them being fourth dimensional beings, is they cannot exist on our plane of existence. Like they said, we can't exist, like how we cannot exist in a painting, that it's a flat signature. If we got pulled into a painting, we would die, because like our organs as is could not work, and we would be split in half. That's how it works interdimensionally. That's something that Futurama did, that I think really helps well explain this, when they started doing the interdimensional drifting. So yeah, so fourth dimension going to third dimension, where fourth dimension is time. You know what? You're screwing up the z-axis there. So yeah, but let's see what the aftermath means.
We're asked to do something we're told is impossible, on threat of universal extinction. All 3 of our lives altered by the Nine to bring us here, to receive the message. Guardian, Weapon, Ambassador Lodi, and me. Vanguard Commander, apparently.
And I never meant to go into politics. I still don't know what I am now. But I know I'm still me. I want to help. I want to say hello. The heavens aren't raining fire yet. All we can do is pray that 3 bought us the time we need and get to work.
It's back. The hall is back, like it never left. Take a good hard look. 9 touched. They won't let me go. We eat our hearts out trying to help, but things always get worse. That's fate. Long life just means you get a good view of the carnage.
We're not out of the game yet.
Yeah. We're in it. It's pawns.
I'll go after him. We will figure this out.
Yes, ma'am. You both know my situation. This is my time now. I want to be of service. Is there a place on Earth for me?
What kind of colleague would I be to leave an agent behind?
When 3 spoke through me, I think I saw time the way they do. Flat. Like I was high up and could see my life all at once. It was hard to make out where I came from. It was so far away, but I could see where I am. I fit here. Like 3 knew I was the best agent to poach. What can I say? I bring that special something you won't find for another 1,000 years. From that vantage, way up high, I saw that I don't go back. And that someday that'll be okay. Because I'm needed here. I can be the emissary humanity needs. Create a bridge between us and the extra-dimensional suits. Bind the 9. It'll be dangerous. Sounds fun.
I'm the emissary now. 2 feet in 2 worlds. Orin said first thing she did was make a new look for the role. I think she was onto something. Everyone in the future just has the worst sense of style. I'm sorry. I can't hold it in anymore. You are wonderful people, but you all look ridiculous. Anyway, if you're looking for next steps, Weapon, I've got intel on something that might interest you. The 9 found something from the old office. Thought you might be interested.
All right. And there you have it. That is Edge of Fate. I could continue forward and do the exotic quest, but I'll save that for later. That's something I'll save for another time. Activity power, customize. I could do mythic now, easily. Fable and mythic. Level cap reached. Ah, this is how I can get some tier 3 stuff. Got it. I still need to finish it on just Fabled itself. So that's something I can do in my own time with both my Hunter and my Warlock and split the difference in terms of just being able to complete quest steps and the like. But definitely with where we're at now, this is a solid stopping point in the Let's Play of Destiny 2 Edge of Fate. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. I'm really happy I got to go back and replay through the story of it with you all, and getting to properly comprehend and digest the experience of what is happening in this universe and what we are doing and what does it mean in the grand scheme of things. Things like that are why I love this game and why I want to, like, why I don't ever stop playing it, because if it just tickles my fancy, you know, like cool future sci-fi, space magic technology, dealing with things beyond our comprehension on a intergalactic scale. Like, absolutely. I enjoy that kind of stuff. Like, this is the kind of stuff as to why Destiny is up my alley. Growing up, I always loved the stars and just exploration. And I guess now that I'm realizing it, I also love solving mysteries. And that's something that I'm really excited for going forward with Destiny, is we have a lot more mysteries to solve. What does that mean? What are we doing up against the 9? What do we need to do with them? What does it mean to bind the 9? And this, where do we fit in this giant cosmic battle of the universe? And yeah, like Lodi said, now we're dealing with the suits, the ones who actually pull the strings. And what is our fate? What are we going to do in this new, undefined, unknown world? And what does all of this have to do with what's gonna happen once we do start leaving our own solar system? Because the reason why the Archon wanted to take on the Singularity was to go back to being a great house. Because the House of Exile, basically meaning that back in oh, I'm gonna have to fight my way back through. Nah. Well, I'm not doing that. Yeah, and then Maya Sundaresh wanting to go back to the Golden Age and rewrite time. And all those kinds of implications, that's awesome. Because then that means, like, how are we gonna stop that kind of stuff from happening? Like, it's always our MO to prevent the end of the world, prevent the end of the universe. And we're just getting started on how to do that again, with new powers, new ways of handling and manipulating the universe, where this stuff, like I was saying earlier with Eldritch Horror, this is a whole different kind. You know, we're 40 minutes into this recording. I'll explain what I'm talking about in the next one. But for now, I think this is a good stopping point for at least the for the recording here. If you want to see more in what I talk about in the Strange Asinine, you know what to do. But beyond that, there you have it. Destiny 2 Edge of Fate. If you made it this far in the entire Let's Play series, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate you. We're going to keep the live stream going, and I will go on my mildly crazy rants of Destiny, Eldritch Horrors, and cosmic beings beyond our own, because that's what we do here. Okay, cool. Give me a second to breathe, because that was a lot, and yeah. Deadeye, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. I didn't realize you followed me as well. Whenever I'm actually in the zone and I'm doing my thing, I'm in the zone and doing my thing. Did the raid work? Yay, you beat the game. Not sure if your mic is on mute or... Yeah, no, I'm just muted. Yeah. So... I guess to start this recording, welcome everybody to the post-Let's Play chatter of Destiny 2 Edge of Fate, where I kind of talk about everything regarding the 9, what it means to come through in Destiny, what is this in terms of it being Eldritch Horror, and it's how it's a kind of a different look and a different take on it, as well as just what's to come in Destiny, and like, how does this all work, right? What is it that everyone's doing, and what are we doing to kind of fit into this larger narrative? So for those of you that don't know, hello, my name is Shadow. I am a VTuber. Well, I've been a long-time Let's Player, but really kind of starting to really find my groove in how I want to operate as a Let's Player and just a commentarian journalist of video games. And with Destiny being like my main go-to game that I still play to and defend to this day, that I enjoy this. And like, I just want to talk to my like-minded peers of just like, what are we doing next? What's happening next? What are we fighting? Why are we fighting? You know? And so with this recording, podcast topic, what have you, I want to talk about Eldritch Horrors, Gambit, and the Nine, and how all of these things tie together. And Bloodborne, too, because I enjoyed my Bloodborne outfit when I created it during episode 2 last year during Revenant. So we're kind of on the hot seat right now. We just finished the campaign. Lodi just became the ambassador, and now we're here to unlock more secrets of Kepler. So, with Destiny starting to reach the realm of cosmic horror now, this in itself is horrifying, right? One of the big things that stands out of Eldritch Horrors is the concept of eyes. Bringing this into from the realm of Call of Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft, as you may know, and in this case, oh cool, I forgot this is a mechanic where if you're in high cover, you can actually just lean over and shoot. Sorry. This here honestly feels a lot similar to that, and like these things are like eyes. They're just veiny, bulbous. If you remember when I did my Bloodborne Let's Play, we ended up going through like one of the castles, and we started like dealing with like all of the alien beings. Like Drifter said, there are aliens, and then there are aliens, and these guys are aliens, like extra-dimensional beings that are larger beyond our comprehension. Like we were saying, in oh goodness, in the last episode, in the last recording, during the finale, of how a lot of this is an embodiment of... Oh, I lost my train of thought. I am so sorry. Oh, yeah. In how the Nine are like, beings beyond our own, that they cannot exist in our dimension. Futurama did this with their interdimensional drift episode, where the professor created a machine where we can split into another dimension to skip and jump forward, right? Now, at that point in the episode, as soon as the two ships hit each other, they became flat and ended up in another dimension. And the thing about that is, if we as humans, cannot exist in a painting, that's what's happening there. Where, 3, basically an extra-dimensional being could not exist in our timeline, because then he would get smushed and just crushed, basically. And so that's what Maya Sundaresh did, is she managed to pull 3 out of the realm of the 9, out of the dimension of the 9, and crush him, bringing him back into our reality. That's why he exploded, right? How do the Vex do this is because Vex, in their paracausality, they approximate it by running simulations until they get it right in the code. Until they can basically make themselves run through that. And with Maya now having the powers of creation from the Shard of the Traveler, means she can create things out of her control. Like, oh, I don't know how to put it. Basically, with space magic, she was able to pull him out of the other dimension and into our reality, effectively crushing his organs and destroying him. The way I slowly figured out what it means to be like a fourth dimensional being, as of recently, is being a video editor, right? I've had my share of editing videos, but the way they say that the 9 can see all of time in all of its complexity and all of its range, beginning, middle, and end, and they create a future they want to see. They manipulate pieces from the past into the now. And they just take hints here and there. So like when Lodi was answering the phone to get dragged into here, when Ikora was driving through the streets and the valley, like, and when she got hit and when she had her first death, that was the 9's involvement. To get us here, we just kind of came here on our own. We bumbled our way here. But, you know, they nudged us here and there. They saw the collapse happen. They knew that the Witness was going to be able to destroy Earth, right? That's the kind of powers we're dealing with here. In the same vein as when we were dealing with the Taken during the last sequence of being able to pull between dimensions and cut through space, right? This is something similar in that. Except, like they were saying with Minotaurs, when they're able to jump through time and, like, teleport to attack us, it's like that. There's a lot of powers that are just beyond our comprehension that, if you really do think too hard about it, it's gonna hurt your brain. So let's talk about aesthetics then. Normally, whenever we talk about eldritch horrors, we talk about tentacles and eyes, right? Like void punk as a concept, where you forsake your humanity and kind of become another being of some kind. TV-headed robots, or shapeless forms, right? Amorphous beings with lots of eyes. Biblically accurate angels, so to speak, right? That's what eldritch horror is. And a lot of times when it comes to eldritch stuff, people think it's like a dark and grim thing, like the horrors of the unknown that would rip your mind in half. Where Warhammer 40k is grim dark, and the opposite of that is like noble bright, right? Where you actually expect the good thing to happen in the end. This is kind of like the polar opposite of that aesthetic. I'm pulling like from two different straws here, but as you can see, here in this world design, it's a lot brighter, right? Whereas when we were dealing with the Taken, and when we saw all those tentacles and tendrils, it was dark. When we were looking at Bloodborne, all of it was dark, right? Here with the science fiction, they're using dark matter, and with this mycelioid thing here, that it's a dense enough material that it's basically kind of like a hive mind type thing happening, but it's more bacterial than it is like kind of like some kind of just mind control powers, right? They quantify the mind control through these through Mattermorph, basically, which is awesome. So yeah. Sorry, there's a lot going through my brain that I was just trying to like figure out and word dump at you all. But basically, the density of the structure here means that we can match on the frequency of the 9, and that's why we're able to deal with 3 and all of this stuff and move around the space that we do, and having this ability now at our disposal, because now we don't have the singularity blocking us. We're not limited to our abilities anymore. Now, what does any of this have to do with Gambit and speculation for Renegades? Now, back in Destiny 2, after Forsaken, in Season of the Drifter, right? One of the big things that came about was, hold on. World, map guide, destinations. There we go. Let's go back to our main tower, right? So, this is going to be a funny timeline of Destiny. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I have a point here I can do. I can do a PowerPoint presentation here in Destiny. So, with Renegades coming up, the future's unclear. Dive into the criminal underworld and take down an evil empire. Venture into a lawless frontier and reveal deeper mysteries about a new Dredgen in Seoul. Build your power, credits, and notoriety. This is basically the Star Wars DLC, as we're about to call it. So, Reclamation. So our next thing is going to be Reclamation. That's going to be like the next season. And then this is going to be happening later this year in the winter, right? So this was summer, fall, winter, and then January, spring range. And the story continues with Behemoth. So let's go back in time to Forsaken, right? During my favorite era, Season of the Drifter. The Drifter upped the ante on his gambit. Much into the Vanguard's disappointment, Guardians made a choice, to spy on the Drifter or to work more closely with him. Guardians learned bits of the Drifter's past that the 9 are patrons of his endeavors, and when he knew their emissary days past when they were both different people. So this is relative to now. This is relative to now, actually. in that Drifter and Orin, they ran together in the past. They have a long history together. We're about to learn more about that history. I'm pretty sure that's what the next expansion, the next season is going to be about, is exploring the Drifter's history with Orin, as well as just the ramifications of the Nine, of what happened with 3's death, and how the Nine are going to be dealing with us, and that Lodi is now the ambassador, right? In that, basically, the Nine are like the shadow puppeteers of the universe. Forces beyond our comprehension. Now, coming back to it, with Season of the Drifter, Gambit got overhauled super hard in that we had Gambit Prime, where we can summon a larger primeval, and that every time we killed the Taken and we killed all of the enemies of humanity, that their essence turned into motes of dark, right? Back in Destiny 1, we had motes of light, which gave us XP. That was, just fonts of light that were concentrated. In this case, these are fonts of darkness that are concentrated. And every time we dunked it, we were powering up Drifter's large, the hall. That thing back here, right? And so with us dealing with that and supercharging it, that's how we were able to basically take a defibrillator to 3 and jumpstart its heart and bring it back to life. That's what happened there, right? That's what we just did at the end of Edge of Fate. So what does this mean going into Frontier, or into Renegades? A lot. So Gambit Prime, I really do hope comes back, because then that means our role as Gambiteers. Oh, I love that. And I hope that the Warlock Honor, basically the Inquisitor of Destiny, right? She is like judge, jury, and executioner type character. During Season of the Drifter, we got to choose whether we sided with Drifter or the Warlock. At this point now in time, it doesn't matter. Hello, Catalado. And so here, now with us dealing with Gambit coming back, relevant, who knows what we can do with that much power in the hall again. Because we've gotten to go into the hall a couple times already. The one dungeon that we have is Prophecy. How does this tie together? We are in the realm of the Nine. We are going into their dimension, right? That is what's happening. Yeah. And so with the Prophecy dungeon, we're going inside there. With the other PvP maps, we are inside the realm of the Nine. This is why I was so adamant about Trials of the Nine, out of things of that nature, because we're dealing with stuff that is not based in our universe, and that things are going to get crazier with it, right? And so, yeah. So what does Renegades have to do with what's happening right now with Gambit and the Eldritch entities of which we are dealing with? In this case, with the Drifter, oh no. With Renegades happening and we're dealing with the Dredgens, Season of the Drifter focused on being a Dredgen, because he was Dredgen Hope. What is a Dredgen in the lore? It's basically a guardian who turned evil. That's kind of what it is. They are light killers, meaning they are... We're going into a hive of scum and villainy. That's what's happening. Because during Season of the Drifter, we created a weapon that could kill a guardian. My favorite one, Malfeasance. And so what does that have to do with this? It was meant to kill Shin Malfur, the man with the golden gun, the one who perma-kills guardians who have lost the way, who have strayed from the light of the Traveler, right? So, tying that back with Renegades to Gambit Prime, I'm really hoping in Renegades we get Gambit Prime 2.0, and that we can reclaim ourselves as Sentinels, Invaders, Collectors, and Reapers. I want those roles back. I want 3-round Gambit back. I like new Gambit. I like old Gambit. I love Gambit, but it's just the way it's mismatched and mishandled at the moment. So that way we can use the Hall again to supercharge our powers and deal with the Nine and effectively be their weapon. If Lodi is the voice, if Ikora is the mind, we are the hand. We are the tool. We are going to be their way to enact their powers in this universe. but we'll do it our own way, right? They're asking us to do something, we're just going to do it ourselves in the way that we do it best. And that's what's happening in that's how Season of the Drifter ties to everything we're doing now. And that's why I love Season of the Drifter so much, because A, we get to know more about him, and B, like, at first when we meet Drifter, he seems scummy, he seems scary, he seems shady. But now with where he's at, with who he is, like the guy. Like, he is our go-to esoteric, knowing the larger picture of what's happening and how we all play into this. So yeah, there's my big-ass rant about the future of Destiny, Eldritch Horrors, and just... Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And just, what is our place in all of this? What is to come? We don't know. But hopefully we get to see Warlock Honora, or at least, like, get to see some more about her. I hope we get to see some more about, like, just the Dredgens again, coming back. Because now apparently there's a new Dredgen in town. And the reason I'm bringing up the Dredgens is because Yor was the first light killer, basically. Or, like, one of the ones who found a way to permakill a Guardian. Like, they're the reason that Thorn exists. They're the reason that the Last Word exists. And now we're the reason why Malfeasance exists. Right? There's a whole lore story about the, oh goodness me, what was it? Oh yeah, the story of Rose, the hand cannon, how we brought it back multiple times. And how Rose became each of those guns. So yeah, that's just something that we're gonna get to look into in the future of Destiny. As well as, you know, more tools, more toys, more big bads to deal with, and what's gonna happen with all of our, with the coalition, with all of our friends out there, that we are now teamed and tied with. And thankfully, the Ionians can breathe another day. Yes, you stabled the nascent singularity and preserved us and our holy anomaly at once. Others may hesitate to invoke your violence, but I see clearly you have been a perfectly efficient solution. Thank you. Oh yeah, no. Listen, if these things are blocking your path, we're here to stop them. Doctor? Or Dean, I mean, sorry. Yeah. Lightbearer. Giver blessed. Champion. Through Kielsk's voice again. False Archon is no more. Lodi tells Kielsk of House of Peace, of Light. He looks to you. Is asking for permission. Kielsk, one day go. Absolutely. Honestly, I'd love to see Kielsk. You know what? What if that's how we're gonna help out, what if that's how we help out, oh goodness me, Mithrax and the House of Light? What if that's how we're gonna stop the final god of pain? What if that's how we stop him? What if that's how we're gonna stop Nezarec? Through this. Through Kielsk, through Mattermorph and Matterspark and all of this, and like the Hive technology, the Hive mind. What if that's how that's happening? I'm calling it. That's how we're gonna help out, like, with House Light and getting House Exile to team up and join us in the future. As for the Vex and their temporal situation, that's something we're gonna have to learn and figure out on our own. And how that fits into the larger picture of this game. But yeah. One other thing I do want to talk about is just like how this reminds me of like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, where if you go back and rewrite the past, you fuck up a lot of the future, which is a lot of fun. So wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff is going to be happening here in Destiny. Oh, there's the hall. Yeah, I hope we get to go back in there a lot more now. So yeah. And there you have it. There's my thoughts, ramblings, and rants for what's to come with Destiny 2, with Edge of Fate, and just eldritch abominations, entities, and horrors, and what I can understand therefore of and lack thereof. I hope you'll enjoy that. You guys know what to do if you're watching the VOD and the video. As for the live stream, we're gonna slowly wrap up, and yeah. So end recording. Cool. So for the YouTube side, this is where I'm gonna have to bid you all adieu. For the oh, thank you for the hydrate redeem, by the way, Catalado. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yes, I do need some water. Yeah, it's about 6 a.m. here. I'm about to hit 9 hours of streaming. I'm done for the night. So, for the YouTube side, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. And, everyone on Twitch side, thank you again so much for tuning in. Once more, make sure to give everybody a follow. Let's work our way backwards, though, from everybody that rated us tonight. First off, we're going to shout out Candy Borowski for giving us the recent raid. Make sure to go give her a follow. Candy Borowski. Shout out at Purity Star. She joined us during Helldivers. Shout out Wolf Raven, who, if you enjoy some Dune, or if you enjoy some Industrial, she is kick-ass at that. And shout out at Kono Kalantu. Sorry, I need to say it out loud as to what I'm typing. Make sure to give Kono a follow. They do some VR chat stuff, they do some 3D stuff. They're a really chill dude. I need to hang out with them more. And yeah. And so with that, that is going to wrap up our stream. So, with that, let's go raid another friend of ours. Who shall we raid? Let's see. Got 3 friends on. We're gonna jump. We're gonna jump games. Let me see who is who's playing what, and go from there. One's in Espanol. Un amigo de Espanol. Una amiga de is playing some Final Fantasy 14. Who's kind of doing some late game stuff. And someone who's playing The Division 2. Ooh. Who are we gonna raid? What are we gonna do? Who else is on? Well, or we can raid Yoru. Oh, nope, Yoru's DJing. Oh, okay. Looks like mi amigo de Español is done. Astro obviamente no soporta Apple. Are they done? Did he just finish? Oh, okay. You just finished streaming. Okay, cool. Well, let's go raid Sayuri. She's a good friend of ours. She's playing some Final Fantasy 14. I think she's doing some dungeons, or she's raiding also. So, let's go send some love. Our raid message is going to be Happy Tuesday. Throwing a buttload of PogChamps and hearts. It's a legendary shadow raid. So copy that message and I'll send y'all on over. Control C. And as per always, wherever you are in the world, have a beautiful day, a beautiful night. My name is Shadow from Shadow Wolf Gaming. I'll see y'all next time. /raid Sayuri Pastel. Until next time. Bye. Ba-doing.